How's it going, everybody? Welcome to the channel. This is Big Daddy Dave, and this is AgriBusiness Tonight, a show that we get to discuss mods, maps, and news. And I am super excited about tonight. There's a ton of stuff that we have to go over, and there's a Super Bowl going on. So we are just going to be competing with one of the most watched things on planet Earth, but we'll see how we do from here. I hope everybody's doing fantastic so far. I see Ken out in the chat. Ken, how you doing? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Oh my goodness, we got a big show, like I said. Before we get going too deep into things, I want to kind of do a little bit of cleanup. Earlier today, I had a Farm Sim talk with Cavalier Roy. Again, big shout out to Cavalier Roy, and a big thank you to him as well, because it was absolutely amazing.
Yo, what's going on, guys? WTG here. How is everyone doing today? Today, we are back with AgriBusiness Tonight with myself and BDD.
How's it going, everybody? Let's see. Will, do you mind if I do one quick cleanup from earlier?
No, you're good.
All right. Just want to give a big shout out to Rail Fanning Jonah. Jonah was kind enough to give a super chat during the stream earlier today, and unfortunately, I didn't see it until after the stream had ended. So I wanted to apologize to Jonah that I didn't read it out earlier, but he'd asked basically, was I for the Eagles or was I for the Chiefs? And yeah, Eagles all the way in this one. Eagles all the way. So far, I think the last it was like 33 to 6 or something last I heard. So yeah, I'm a happy camper so far.
You know, I just realized.
What's that?
I don't think anyone heard me because my desktop audio was muted.
Oops.
Let's start that again.
Go for it.
What's going on, YouTube? It's WTG here. How is everyone doing today? Welcome to AgriBusiness Tonight with myself and BDD. There we go.
Heyo. How's it going, everybody?
It's been a long day.
Oh. Long day, but a good day.
Oh yeah, 100%.
Ken, how you doing, bud? Says, excellent interview with Cavalier Roy. Thank you, Ken. I had an absolute blast with Roy today. Absolute blast.
Oh yeah. Yeah, and I'm very thankful that Maypole Farms is coming back.
Oh yeah. Well, it sounds like he pretty much has the whole litany of maps that are coming back, so one of those, really looking forward to it. Oh.
Ralph Fanning Jonah donated $1.99 through Super Chat. Thank you for the
Hold
apology.
on one sec. Jonah with a $1.99 super chat. This one I'm not going to miss there, Jonah. Thank you for the apology. No problem, bud. No problem whatsoever. I felt bad that I missed it earlier, so wanted to give you the shout out. Oh my goodness. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. And Jonah must be a very happy camper right now because he's an Eagles fan as well, so must be going pretty good for him so far.
Oh yeah. All right. Well, should we get started on the new mods?
Oh, let's do it. Let's do it. We got some buttes.
I'm just thankful that it's not like 100 and something like last time.
We might actually have some time to get to news.
I know, right? I mean, we didn't even finish the mods last time.
No, we did not.
All right. So for starting out, our very first mod is actually by Cavalry Roy. There we go. And Monkey
Cavalier.
Show modding. Cavalier, thank you. Oh, I cannot read today. It is Riverview. It is 314.22 megabytes to download, and it has a 3.6 star rating by 403 people.
Criminal.
Right.
Absolutely criminal. The fact that it's not in the 4s, that it's only like 3.6, you know what? I will die on this hill. It's an amazing map. It's absolutely incredible, and I don't know why it's rated that low. Yeah, the undulations, the color scheme, the color palette, the location, the farms, the just everything. It's got a little bit of everything. The forestry is just yeah. Long story short, and this isn't me blowing smoke for on Roy's behalf or anything like that, because we had that stream earlier today. I genuinely like this map. This is a brilliant map, and I love the way that Roy does his mods, does his maps, because it's very customizable and really makes it to where it's approachable for every single playing type.
Oh, I 100% agree. I actually installed it the other day on my Xbox. And I was going through on it just for a little bit. Wasn't bad. I mean, I really did like it, but I think out of all three of his maps that he brought out last time, Maypole was my favorite.
Oh yeah, I'm right there with you. Maypole was amazing. But I did learn a little fun fact from Roy after our chat today. He might have mentioned, no, I don't think he mentioned this, but apparently each of the 4 maps that comprise the combined counties map, that's PC only, though they were each designed separately, according to Roy. He had no intentions in combining them, but then he decided to do it, and somehow he was able to get everything to line up just perfectly to where the roads all kind of connected, and just all kind of worked out with very little shifting around.
No.
So I was very highly impressed with that.
I mean, because if Giants will actually 100% allow 4X maps to come, I would love to see that. His 4X map come to all platforms.
Oh, if his 4X came to consoles, you better believe I'd be on that like white on rice. I would be all over it.
Dude, I would probably beat you to that because I would probably already have a dedicated server set up for that.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I mean, each one of the 4 maps that comprise combined counties, each one of them individually are fantastic maps. Each one of them are brilliant on their own merits. Then you just combine them all, and you get the best of all worlds. It's amazing.
Oh, yeah. 100%. I mean, plus 314.22 megabytes is not bad for this map.
No, and like I said, all the customization that's gone into it, you get custom animals, not custom animals, but custom animal sizes for your pens. So you can have a pen with thousands of slots open for animals, like 2,000 heads of sheep, kind of thing. It's all kind of customized base game or base map. You get the ability to cut down hedges. You get the ability to take out brick walls or stone walls. You get the ability to do all these things. And he was saying earlier today that he's adding in a function where he's going to change around the map layout, not the layout itself, but the way the farmlands work. Because right now the periphery is about $3-point-something million. It's really expensive to buy the periphery. But if you want to take out the fencing, you need to be able to own the periphery. He was saying that he's going to modify the periphery to where it's going to be in smaller chunks, and that you're going to be able to then buy that section and for a more reasonable price, and thus be able to take out the fencing easier.
That would be nice.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's... Like I said, give this map a look-see for yourself. It's absolutely gorgeous. It's got tons of different stuff on there. It's got grass, it's got arables, it's got forestry. I mean, it's got the best of all worlds. And the different styles of farms that are on there, there's 4 separate farms. The main starting farm, the one that you get when you actually start from base game, is a nice little layout. Especially considering it's a UK style map. It's nice. It's a bit wider, so you can get equipment in and out of there. You're not having to bump into a whole bunch of stuff. But then the other 3 farms, one's like just a dedicated sheep barn like kind of thing. That's one farm. There's another one with like pigs and sheep and horses and all the kind of other stuff. It's a bit smaller than the starting farm that you go out with. But still a really nice farm, and it's laid out really nice to where it's kind of like, again, a little bit wider, not really kind of the cramp UK style that we would be used to for a UK style map. And then the last one is like a pig farm.
Hmm.
So yeah, it really is going to be up to the kind of gaming style that you as an individual has, and yeah, lots and lots of fun can be had on it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, if you guys haven't yet, just make sure you go check this out and give it a five-star rating.
Yeah.
All right, move on to the next one. The next one is the Cowshed 3+3 by DMI 20mm Normandy. Has a 4.6 star rating by 39 people, and it is 10.37 megabytes to download.
So this barn in particular, it's a barn, and that's really all I have to say about it. It's not my favorite when it comes to a barn of similar means, but it starts out, base with 200 animals, or room for 200 animals. Yeah, I mean, it is what it is, but no real strong opinion either way on it.
Yeah, and it's $400,000 and $300 for upkeep.
Yeah, so it's a bit on the expensive side. You're going to be spending a lot of money on it. The file size, less than 11 megs for what you're getting there is not bad. I do like the little fans details that is in the ceilings of it. That's actually really nice. But yeah, like I said, other than that, no real strong opinion.
See, like what I personally think would make that much better is if like as soon as you actually like put cows in there, like the fans actually start turning.
That would be cool.
Next one is going to be Silo. This is by FSPT Porto TV 22. It has a 4.8 star rating by 26 people. It is 4.70 megabytes to download. The price is $19,000. The daily upkeep is $10, and it holds 2 million liters. Now this, I do like this because this only stores green beans and peas.
Yeah, so this one's nice, especially if you're kind of working with the new crops. That is a nice little aspect of it. And it's got a good kind of general style to it that's going to fit in very easily to most maps. So one of those that, yeah, it's a good mod. And again, 4.7 megabytes to download. It's not that big on file size. It's nice.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Let's see here. All right. The next one is going to be Woodshed. This is by Maxter featuring GSI Flash. It is 4.9 star rating by 14 people. It is 9.20 megabytes to download. The price is $46,500. Daily upkeep is $100 a day.
So it seems relatively highly detailed for what it is. I mean, it's a barn with, the potential of having like solar panels on it. Wood barn, the nice little frilled slats in the front. I do like that. But I mean, is it worth 10 megabytes for that barn? I don't know. I don't think that it's really worth it. For the most part, but there is a bunker silo that's a part of it, as well as bale storage and pallet storage. So that part is nice, but again, is it going to be worth the file size for, the bale and pallet storage? And it really doesn't say what the amounts that it holds. So
yeah,
it being such a small barn, I wouldn't imagine that holds terribly much. So I don't know. I don't know if this one would be worth downloading for me.
Well, I mean, it's not bad because if you think about it, it comes with a shed. It also comes with a half shed with a bunker cell built in and a bale and pallet storage, which isn't awful if you think about it for only 9.20 megabytes to download.
Oh yeah, no, absolutely. The only issue that I have with it is that they specifically show, and I've got it up on my screen right now, the Fendt tractor with the Flegel trailer. You're not able to use tipping trailers with this at all.
Mm-hmm.
It,
Correct.
there's no height to the roof whatsoever. So it's one of those that you're going to be limited as to what specific trailers you're going to be able to take into it to put into the silage bunker. I mean, it's one of those that it's at the end of the day, it's going to have a niche market, and that's why I'm saying that. Yeah, even though it's not terrible on the file size, it's not terrible in any general reason. It's just not one that I could see that I would be like tripping over to go install.
Right. Man, I didn't either. I mean, apparently 14 people like it. But now this next mod, I just skipped right over. Honestly, it's the Polish House. This is by Quester. It's a 4.7 star rating by 14 people. It is 14.01 megabytes to download. The price is $22,000 with a $10 upkeep. See, my big problem, it's 14.01 megabytes to download, and you can't even go inside of it.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like a nice little house and nice little mod. If you're on a Polish shed and you want a Polish style house, then hey, more power to you. But
Hang on one second.
sure. Let's see. While Will's hanging out in the background.
No.
Oh,
I just saw something creeping up behind me, and I looked behind me, and Bree just sat down the chair behind me.
she's trying to give you that heart attack we were talking about.
I caught her this time though. So.
But no, like I was saying though, it's one of those that if you're looking for a Polish house in a Polish style, then this is going to be something that you might like. 14.01 megabytes to install. We'll say 15 for sake of argument. That's
Right.
a bit high, but it does have quite a few details. You can see there's like a little, what looks like a cement mixer, a bicycle, a chair. Like there's a bunch of little details that it does make it kind of stand out and look nice. So yeah, it's really going to be kind of a niche kind of thing, especially considering we don't have any Polish maps at the moment. So it's really not going to fit into too many specific scenarios. But I mean, again, it is what it is.
Right. And I'm quoting DJ Goham at this point right here. It's FS25, people. All houses should be enterable. Now this next one I do like. I actually have this because I have that one mod. Was it by GMZ? Oh, I don't remember who it was by, but basically you have to get. It's a realism based mod, but so you can either get like a circular little cup, or you can get like a big canister, and then you have a hose, which basically so you pour one of those in there, or two canisters, and then you fill the rest up with water, which just fills it up with the liquid fertilizer. But you can store it in here, it fits really well. It's the Chemicals Cabinet by JMZ, 5-star rating by 24 people, and it's only 1.80 megabytes to download. It's only $500.
So this mod, in combination with the other mod that Will's talking about, it's an amazing mod. This one is a bit kind of, like he was saying, kind of for the kind of realism effect, which is all fine and dandy. Not necessarily my cup of tea, but nothing wrong with it whatsoever. The previous mod that Will was talking about is an absolutely amazing mod if you're looking for a good, cheap alternative for liquid fertilizer and herbicide. Because what you do is you get these little chemical bottles. You can see they're the two big ones on the bottom on the screen I'm showing here, and there's the two itty bitty ones in the middle rack right there. And what you do is you just load in, or what you're supposed to do, according to real life, it's basically a concentrate. And what you do is you load one of these in, and then you go to the water spigot. And in game, you just fill up the remainder of your trailer, your fertilizer spreader, your sprayer, whatever. You fill it up the rest of the way with the product that you're loading in there. So if you're doing liquid fertilizer, let's use that as an example. You load in the little container into your sprayer. Then you go take your sprayer to the spigot, and in real life you'd just be adding water, but in game you're adding more liquid fertilizer at a significantly reduced price. So it's like you're just taking the concentrate and adding water to it. And yeah, that one there is a brilliant mod, and this one's really nice because it allows you to kind of add to that realism effect.
You know, and I'm very thankful my brain is not completely shot. I'm not a complete stupid person, because that one mod I was talking about is the plant protection products pack. It is by JMZ.
Yes.
So at least I'm somewhat so smart, so we're good there.
One of those that we don't have to sing the Homer Simpson version. I am so smart.
Exactly.
I am so smart. SMRT.
I am dumb. No, I'm just kidding. No. Now, this next one, I actually had someone reach out to me personally and ask me about this only because they were kind of curious. And I'm glad that they did. So the next one is guaranteed crop prices. This is a fantastic mod by Disturb Simulations, which I told you this was going to be coming to all platforms.
Yep.
The update for it, I mean, for starters, it has 4.6 star rating by 984 people. Now, this, yes, this was for PC and Mac, but as you can see, it is for all platforms now, and it's only 90 kilobytes, which is fantastic. But it does say new release to improve compatibility. I cannot say that word wrong. Compatibility, whatever. With similar mods, previous versions should be uninstalled. And
go ahead. I'm sorry.
Basically, like I said, the update for this is basically console release, and it's updated, so it's a newer version of it.
So essentially what I understand this to do is it takes the old sell point data that you would get, and you get the really stiff fluctuations throughout the entirety of the year. And rather than having, let's say, a low point in one part of the year and a high point in another part of the year, it just generally flatlines it. It's not like a consistent price all year round, but it just kind of levels it out to where it's not like huge dips and valleys.
Right. By the way, if Jonah's watching this right now, you'll be happy to hear that the Eagles are 40-6 now.
Ooh.
All right. So here, the next one is this can be the Landini 0550 series. This is by Blua. This has a 4.8 star rating by 79 people. It is 19.83 megabytes to download, which is, I mean, it comes with two kinds of tractors. So you have a 2-wheel drive and you have a 4-wheel drive. And there's a whole bunch of customization to this.
So this one, I actually really like this mod. So when it comes to my tractors, I tend to try and go with these rules. The file size, I want less than 25 megabytes per tractor. That's typically what I look for in around the average file size. So this one meets that criteria. Then I look at what's the price is going to be. And this one here is actually really nice because the 4-wheel drive version, which is the more expensive version, it has a base price of 23 grand, almost 24 grand. So, I mean, you can't go wrong. You can have a potentially up to 80 horsepower. Now, that's a really small horsepower. You're not going to get a lot of work with these tractors done, but it's a nice little tractor. You know, it's a nice old school looking tractor. Looks like something from maybe like the 70s is my best guess. You know, just kind of based on the style.
Right.
But no, looks good. And yeah, if you're looking for a cheap little tractor, give it a look.
Yeah. Let's see here. Jonah says, of course I'm watching this, WillT. Let's see. The next one is going to be the Duotsfar DX3 series. This is also by Blua. This has a 4.8 star rating by 104 people, so it's got a better rating than the other one. And it's 20.50 megabytes.
So again, meets the size criteria. That's number one. The cheapness of the tractor, four-wheel drive, starting price is $19,750, so less than 20 grand, and you can have up to 71 horsepower. Again, you're not going to get a lot of stuff done, but it's going to be cheap. It's going to be a good starting tractor, and it's got a good look to it. I mean, the kind of I like that old school boxy style looking tractor, and looks like you can hook up a front loader to it. Looks like you can have it without a roof, with a roof, or with the cab. I mean, yeah, looks good. I like it.
Well, plus you can also have a front loader on it, which is pretty helpful.
Exactly.
Well, let's see. Jonas's Team Eagles. Now, everyone here knows that I am a huge fan of Kloss. It's my number 2 favorite brand, right? This I did not install, but it's the Axion 930 PTT. This is by Maxquan and AGV Modding. It has a 4.3 star rating by 49 people. It is 27.46 megabytes to download. This is basically an autonomous class tractor.
Yeah, so this is the prototype tractor that Kloss made for one of their farm shows, if I'm not mistaken. And correct. Right off the bat, 27.46 megabytes to install already fails the test for me. And then you take into account the price, $225,000 to purchase, and you get 355 horsepower, which isn't a bad horsepower for that price, but it's just one of those. I don't know if I trust a farm that doesn't have tractors that are powered by people.
Right. Oh, I was wondering what was on my phone, and then I just realized because Bree was like, "Hey, do you like your pictures?" And I realized that she changed my pictures on my phone. Okay. Let's see here. Now this next one. Oh, I was very happy to see this next one. I haven't saw. I actually have it on Comson. But the next one is the Borgold FMS CD 872-8. It is by Hispano. It has a 4-point star rating by 71 people. And it is 28.92 megabytes to download. And it's an 8-meter working with.
So this one in particular, it's a nice model. Don't get me wrong before I start all this. But
very detailed.
Very extremely detailed. Again, very nice mod. Hispano makes great models. Now, all that being said, 28.92 megabytes to download, that's very rich for a file size. The price for this is $182,500 to purchase. Well, in-game, we have the Kokerling Ultima 800. That there is also an 8-meter working with, and it works as a direct drill for the Kokerling. So even if this one has direct drill, it's more expensive by a little over $1,000. And the only thing that this has that the Kokerling doesn't have is the tank size. The Kokerling's 4,000. This one is 7,200. But does that include both seeds and fertilizer? I don't know.
Yes,
it does. Okay, so
yep.
It's one of those. The Kokerling's just seeds. It doesn't take fertilizer. But I don't know if the file size and a little bit more than $1,000, I think it's like $1,500, is worth the investment. And now the one other thing that this has that the Kokerling doesn't is the power requirements. The power requirements for the Kokerling is 275, and the Hispano one, the Borgold, is 240. So it's like 35 less horses than the other one.
Is it just me, or does it seem like this one's a lot smaller too? Like the Kokerling seems really big. This one seems a lot smaller though.
I'm not sure. I mean, they're both both of them are 8 meters, but I'm not 100% sure.
Man, I absolutely love that mod though, which we're gonna talk about Hispano in the news later. Yeah, yeah. All right, the next one here. This is okay. I gotta span this out. So the next one is the Corkerling Rebel Classic 600T. This is by I'm not gonna even pronounce that name. I'm not
Grobe Fashion Design.
Yeah, something on those lines.
Whew.
It does have a 4.5 star rating by 29 people. It is 15.03 megabytes to download. It is a disc harrow. The price for the price for it is $45,000. The requirement horsepower is 180. The working width is 6 meters.
So this one is actually really, really nice, and here's why. The closest in-game one that we have is the Vaderstadt Carrier XL 625. That is a working width of 6.3 meters. This is a working width of 6 meters. So the Kokerling has 0.3 meters less, but the Vaderstadt is $75,000. This is $45,000. The Vaderstadt requires 260 horsepower. This requires 180 horsepower. So you're losing out on 0.3 meters, but you're almost paying half the price for almost the same working width and almost half again the amount of horsepower required. I mean, right there, that's a big difference, and it's only 15.03 megabytes to install. That's not a bad price.
No, not at all. Not at all. Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Lemkin Carrot 12/500 KUA. It's by the exact same modder, Grobe fucking Design. I think it's how you pronounce it. It's a 4.6 star rating by 28 people. It is 13.83 megabytes to download. It is a cultivator. The price is $47,500. The required power is 225 horsepower. The working width is 5 meters.
So again, the closest comparable we have is another Lemkin, and that's the Lemkin Schmarg 9500K. So this is 5 meters. The Lemkin in-game is 5 meters. This has a download of 13.83 megabytes to install. So that's not too bad when it comes to file size, but the Lemkin in-game is 24,500, so same working width, same everything so far. The price of this one, 47,500. And again, working horsepower requirements in-game 180. This one 225. So in my opinion, not worth it.
No, not at all. Let's see here. The next one is going to be the the Romeco U436 HP. This is by JMZ. He released a lot of mods so far.
Yeah.
This has a 4.7 star rating by 42 people. It is 19.86 megabytes to download, and it is a cultivator that I want to know. The price is $42,350. The max working speed is 12 kilometers per hour, but the power requirement is 245 horsepower and a working width of 6 meters.
So again, looking at our cultivators in base game, the closest comparable is the Pottinger. That is another 6 meters, so same exact working width. This is a 19.86 megabyte to install, so that's pretty heavy for the install. Now we take a look at prices. The Pottinger is $54,000. For the Romenko is $42,350. So about 10 grand cheaper, a little more than 10 grand cheaper. So maybe that's a decent one. And then the power requirements for the Romenko is 245. The Pottinger in-game is 300. So lower on the power requirements, lower on the price. that might be enough to push it over the edge if you're looking for a good cultivator. Now, is it worth the 20 megabytes to install? That's going to be a really kind of a pick your poison kind of thing. You know,
That's all up to you.
yeah, exactly.
It does say configurations. You got beam with lights, setting of support wheels, mouse control, which you can also do by your controller. And additional features is animated laps, randomly moving, which is like the springs basically. Now this one actually has a really neat feature, which a lot of people don't know about. There's two different settings for this, so you can either have it as a cultivator or a shallow cultivator,
Okay.
which is super super nice. I found that out from Mr. Silly P.
Nice.
so,
So yeah, I mean, the file size at that point makes a lot more sense. Being almost 20 megabytes, it's going to be one of those that if you can use it as a cultivator or shallow cultivator, then might actually be worth picking it up at that point because cheaper and same working with, less power requirement. Yeah, I could see installing that.
Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Romeco U671 HP Standard. This is also by JMZ. Has a 4.8 star rating by 37 people. It is 19.39 megabytes to download. The base price is $42,800. The power requirement is 240 horsepower. Working with is 6 meters. Oh, he put 6 horsepower for working.
Oops.
The configurations is fenders with lights and finger scrapers. And this is a disc arrow, if anyone is wondering.
So again, this one comparing it to the Vaderstat, which is 6.3 meters. This is 6. It's the closest comparable. And this one is $42,800. The Vaderstat is $75,000, so significantly cheaper right off the bat. The horsepower requirements: the Vaderstat requires 260, the Romanco requires 240. So again, less horsepower. So
By 20.
What's that?
By 20.
Yeah. So I mean, cheaper, less horsepower. Now the only kind of influential is the file size, almost 20 megabytes. So again, it's going to be one of those, is it going to be worth that 20 megabytes? Is it not? I mean, for almost half the price for the same working with, might be worth it.
I actually have this installed. No, I personally like it, but that's just me personally. Plus, JMZ's models are absolutely ridiculous. They're really highly detailed.
Oh, and just by looking at the pictures, you can tell that like that's where the file size it comes from, is the high level of details on them. So yeah, I'm not sitting here, making a judgment call about the model itself. They're
Right.
absolutely amazing, and many people I'm sure would sit there and be like, it's only 20 megabytes. It's cheaper, it's less horsepower, same ish working with. I mean, yeah, install it all day, all night. And it's one of those, like I said, I can also understand an argument for somebody who's like, not really worth the file size for me.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean. See, we're just saying this stuff so everyone knows, but in general, it's all up to you guys on what you guys want.
Absolutely.
The next one is going to be the Romanco U614. This is also by JMZ. It is 4.7 star rating by 25 people. It is 10.15 megabytes to download. The price tag is $9,500. The power requirement is 160 horsepower. Not supposed to be km, it's supposed to be horsepower. And the working width is 3 meters, and this is a subsoiler. Configurations are rollers, beam with lights, additional features, animated lamps, randomly moving, and set working with depth. So basically, this has the exact same thing as the 2 mods previous that we talked about. So you can adjust it, which is super nice.
So in game, the closest comparable we have is the AgriSim Combi Plow Gold, because this is subsoiler, and the AgriSim base price is $10,000. It's available in a 3 and 4 meter working width, but it tacks on an extra $2,000 for the 4 meter working width. So we're just going to go with base, 10 grand. This starts at 9,500, so you're already saving $500 right off the bat. The the Combi Plow Gold horsepower requirement is 150. This one is 160, so this one requires 10 extra horses to it. That's kind of an additional there, but it is cheaper. Same working width, not a big deal. File size 10 megabytes. I mean, if you're looking for a 3 meter subsoiler and you have the ability to put on a roller to be able to smooth out the texture after plowing, I'll be honest with you, yeah, I'd install this one.
I mean, especially it being highly detailed, only being 10 megabytes, that's not bad.
Yeah.
Now this next one, because it doesn't say it, but this is a Russell Mash. So it's a Russell Mash ABD 2.6 by 2. This is by Razor Modding Team. This has a 4.6 star rating by 10 people. It is 10.77 megabytes to download. The base price is $2,870. Working with is 2.8 meters. The required power is 80 horsepower, which is not bad.
No, not at all. So the closest in-game equivalent we have is the Noche, whatever that's pronounced, CrossMax 300. The base game one has a price of 9,000, a horsepower requirement of 95, and a 3 meter working width. This has a $2,870 price, so significantly cheaper for only 0.2 meter difference. So that's a plus. 80 horsepower versus 95 for the base game. This one has less horsepower requirement, which again makes sense considering you got smaller working width. That's also a plus. And 10.77 megabytes to install. Not that bad whatsoever. So yeah, it's one of those. Again, I'd install this one.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Just real quick, because I know that Jonah's watching this right now. So the Chiefs just threw a Hail Mary and they just got a touchdown, but it's 20-40, and they only got a minute left on their fourth quarter. So, yeah, I mean, I personally didn't install this mod. I personally didn't, only because I don't really typically use like 3 meter implements or something smaller than that. So, but I'm this is not words coming out of my mouth. This is coming from Andy Farms. If you like your small farm and shenanigans, this is perfectly for you.
Mind if I catch up with the chat real quick?
Go right ahead.
All right, so Jonas says they're playing in my backup team stadium. Very nice. Ken says, I love FS22 Riverview Farms. Yeah, FS22 was great. 25, in my opinion, is infinitely better.
Oh, yeah.
And then Jonas says, or 1 million cows. Not sure I understand where that one's coming from there, Jonah, but
it's probably reflected towards me.
Yeah, possibly. And that's it.
All right. Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Joskin module 16,000 basic. This is by Camelios0397, and it has a 4.8 star rating by 35 people. It is a slurry spreader. It is 5.24 megabytes to download. The price is $50,500. The required horsepower is 140. The working width is 14 meters. The capacity is 15,780 liters.
So, looking at it, kind of the closest equivalent that we have would be probably the Flegel PFW 18,000 Max Line Plus. And this is what I'm seeing as equivalent, because actually the next closest one would be the Anna Burger, but it requires the trailer that you hook up to and all that stuff. So I'm skipping over that one and going with the next closest equivalent. And
Oh yeah.
this one here has a price of $50,500. The Flegel, $102,000. So half the price for the Joskin.
Oh
Half.
yeah.
Then the power requirements. The Flegel requires 225 horsepower. The Joskins here, 140. So again, almost half the power requirement. Spread width on the Joskin is 14 meter. The spread width on the Flegel, 15 meters. So that's, again, 1 meter difference. And then capacities. The Joskin, 15,780. The Flegel, 18,000. And this is only 5.24 megabytes to install. Install this all day, all night.
I have this one installed.
I mean, and seriously, this one is a absolute smash of a mod, because, like I said, the next closest one is the Flegel, and it's double the price, and it's not double the mod. It's not double the equipment kind of thing.
Right.
This is a much better alternative than the Flegel.
100%. 100%. Let's see here. The next one is gonna. See, now this next one, I'm only gonna mention it, even though we're not gonna talk about it, but because it released for all platforms accidentally. But that was the Vulture pack. I'm not gonna go over that, but that released accidentally for all platforms, and then they got removed.
Gotcha.
So, this next one I personally like, but I use auger wagons. So this is the Perard Interbeam 46. This is by USM or Universe Sim Umodding. It has a 4.7 star rating by 59 people. It is an auger wagon, like I said. It's 10.86 megabytes to download. The price tag is 132,415, and the capacity is 46,000 liters.
So the closest equivalent for this one would be the Elmer Manufacturing Hallmaster, and the Perard is $132,415. The Hallmaster is $149,500. So again, better price for the mod. The capacities exactly the same at 46,000 liters. You can get the Elmers up to 70,000 though, so that is something it can be expanded upon, but base for base, not too bad. And 10.86 megabytes to install. Yeah, I would install this. If I was a big user of auger wagons, I would install this.
Oh yeah, 100%. Yeah, Jonah, Eagles win. The one thing I do like about it too, I'm gonna try over here, is that the pipe actually comes out the side of it, not the front. And it's actually very, very interesting, because you know how like an auger wagon, it's like you press down on the D-pad, I think it is, and and then you can bring the auger out, right, and just automatically starts unloading.
Yes.
For here, you have to manually bring out the pipe, and then you hit down on the D-pad, and then you can see like little things opening up, like in the trailer itself when it's empty. You can see it, like these little sliders open up. So it'll actually show like the auger piece itself, and then that's how it unloads.
Oh, so really you couldn't have the pipe over a trailer or something, and it won't unload until you tell it to.
Correct.
That's a nice little feature. I like that.
Oh yeah, 100%. It's a big boy too, a 3-axle.
Yep. Well, yeah, like I said, the one I was saying is its equivalent is the tracked version, the Hallmaster. So it's a beefy little bit of kit.
Oh yeah, 100%. See here. I actually have that one installed, but the next one is going to be the Dan Grivel PE32. This is also by USM or Universe Simumodding. It's 4.7 star rating by 51 people. It is a low loader. It is 10.70 megabytes, and the price tag is $17,000.
So this one in particular, it's a nice looking trailer, nice mod, triple axle trailer, so you're going to be able to get a good amount of equipment onto it, good size of equipment onto it. All in all, for 17 grand and 10 megabytes to install, Universe Simumodding makes really good mods in my opinion, and this one is definitely one to check out.
Oh yeah,
I'm trying to find an equivalent here. Probably would be, let's see, triple axle trailer that's hooks up to a truck. We really don't have a kind of base game comparable for this one. So this one, yeah, I'd install this one. Absolutely.
This one you actually don't hook up the back of a truck, you hook it to a trailer. I mean to a tractor.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
it doesn't have a
So about the closest thing we would have to this is the Schwarzmuller low loader 4A. It's 60,000 to install or to purchase. This one's only 17,000. So but the difference is that the low loader for base game is a swivel axle trailer. This one is a direct hookup. So you're not going to have to deal with that swivel axle, which is really nice.
Oh yeah, 100%. 100%.
And this being a triple axle, that one being a quadruple axle with the dolly or with the swivel. Like I said, they're not really comparable, but that's about the closest you can find in game. Maybe you can make the argument for the Flegel DTS 5.9. It's $30,500, but still, this is again still half the price almost. So. Mm-hmm. But again, you're dealing with a dolly or a swivel axle, not a straight triple axle.
Yeah, I mean, and the swivel axle, you can get that out of here.
Yeah, exactly.
There. The next one is going to be the Meprozet. PM-100. This is also by JMZ. Go figure. It's got a 4.7 star rating by 51 people. It is a slurry spreader or slurry tanker. It has 9.22 megabytes to download. The price tag is $19,500. The working width is 14 meters, and the capacity is 10,000 liters, and the power requirement is 100 horsepower.
So this one here is comparable to the FarmTech Super Cease 800, and this one base price $19,500, FarmTech's $31,500, so 20 grand cheaper. That's a significant decrease. Then you talk about working width. This one is 14 meters. The FarmTech is 15 meters, so you lose 1 meter, but you're saving 20 grand. That's, again, I think it's worth it. Then you're talking about sizes. The what was it? The Meprozet is 10,000 liters. The FarmTech where'd it go? 8,200 liters. So you're getting 1,800 liters more in this model here, and 9.22 megabytes to install. I'd install this. I'd install it all day, all night, because it's better price, better size, slightly less working width, but you're missing out on a meter.
Yeah, it's got some big old tires too.
Yeah, it just got a good look to it. Like that's just like a legitimately good looking model. I mean, you look at it for this picture here. The tires on the trailer are almost as big, if not bigger. Actually, probably bigger than the tractor that's pulling it.
See, I think it's funny though, why? Because the farm down the road was like Sunset Summit or Summit, something like that. No, Shady Summit. Down from where I used to live, they had the K-brand version of a manure spreader, and it shot out from the side as a not a liquid but a solid. But the version that they had, you could actually put liquid fertilizer in there and distribute it that way too, which was fantastic. But the tires were the exact same size as this thing, and it was like bigger than me, and I'm like, oh. Like, oh. I used this already on Comsden, and after it rained, I drove it through the soil. This left a massive uh, deformation underground. It left left a massive like rut.
I could see that. I could see that 100%. Let's see. Just
I
real.
installed that.
Honestly, I'd install it. I really would. You're saving tons of money. You're losing out on a little bit of working with, but the file size isn't bad. The price is great, and the amount that's held is significantly better. So by 1,800 liters, that's win-win, slight loss win.
Oh yeah.
And just real quick, Rambo Hacker Gaming, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, my main concern on slurry spreaders is the width, working speed, and price. I may go a little on the cheaty side on spreaders for working speed, but not super cheaty, lol. I hear you there, Rambo. That's all exactly what I look for as well.
All good?
That's it.
Okay. Now this next one, like I said, I'm a Kloss fan, but I didn't install this. I didn't find any purpose for it. But it's the Kloss Vario 620 trailer. This is by RLSF Modding. It has a 4.8 star rating by 24 people. It is a header trailer. It is 1.78 megabytes to download. And the price tag is $7,950.
For me, for this one, meh. It is what it is. It's a header trailer. If you want something that's branded, then this is going to be up your alley. It's less than 2 megabytes to install, so it's not going to take up a lot of space on your consoles. So all in all, it's fine. It's nice, but for me, I wouldn't install it just because I'm not so concerned about the brand loyalty than I am just getting the job done. And really, to use kind of a base trailer is going to be just fine for me. If we were to look at the comparables just really fast, just to be fair, let's see, header trailers. Probably about the closest thing for a header trailer, maybe like I don't know, the Nardi, maybe. N40BX is my best guess. And it's 7,500. This is 7,950. Meh. I mean, you're in the ballpark, but do you want to take up the space on the hard drive to, just to have a brand loyalty? I mean, me personally, not so much.
Yeah, I personally didn't install it, so I didn't find no use for it. The next one is going to be the Lizard RB12T. This is by GNFS. It has a 4.8 star rating by 37 people. It is a trailer. It is 5.45 megabytes to download. Words.
Words are hard.
Yay, English hard. The price tag is $16,500. The capacity goes between 12,000 and 15,000 liters.
So as I've laid out previously, the thing that I look for in my trailers specifically is price for the amount of items that it holds. And in this case, what I try and look for is roughly $1,000 per 1,000 liters. So that way, it's just one of those kind of even numbers. That's just what I look for. It's arbitrary. That's just me. So price on this one, $16,500. Base capacity of 12,000, so it's a little bit over that $1,000, which isn't that bad, all things considered. Like if we look at, let's just take a look at some base stuff that we have available, like the Crampy Half Pipe HP20, 36,000 for 12,100. That's more than $2,000 per 1,000 liters of holding capacity, and that's relatively consistent with base stuff. So this one is actually not that bad for what you're getting, and 5.45 megabytes to install. Again, this would be one I would install. If you're just looking for a little trailer with 12,000 liters of capacity, just something that you can kind of chuck around the farm, not bad. And like I said, the kind of comparable in base sizes, the Crampy, like I mentioned before, 12,100 liters for 36,000, or 12,000 liters for 16 grand, half the price and same exact capacities.
See, for me, I compared this one to the other mod that we got from GTX, which was the Lizard Dragon. So
Yep.
basically, he took the back part of that truck and made it a trailer. That has a better all price and capacity than this does. So,
Oh yeah.
I would. Oh,
Yeah, which I tend to look at like model for base, and not mod against mod kind of thing, because
right,
we would be sitting here chasing our tails all night trying to find comparables and stuff, and hopefully had them to install to compare them.
right, 100%. um, the next one is going to be the Pallet and Bale Fork Pack. This is by Hydraulic. It has a 4.8 star rating by 19 people. This, for some other reason, it does say it's found under miscellaneous and under miscellaneous. It is 2.883 megabytes to download, and the price tag is $1,050.
So more than likely, because it's technically a 3-point pallet fork and bale spike, it's not a actual like front loader tool or anything like that. That's my guess, is why it's found under miscellaneous. I like it. I actually like it. For $1,000 for the tools, that's not bad. Less than 3 megabytes to install, and it just gives you one more style of options. So if you don't have a front loader tool, if you don't have a telehandler, skid steer, wheel loader, all those various kind of stuffs, you can go with this, and it will get the jobs done for not that bad a price. So yeah, I'd install this.
Now I know that Looney Farmer made a video of this, and I saw it, and he said that the that it has a problem with it tilting. So, which I don't know if that could be a problem for somebody or not, but
if things were sliding off of it, I can certainly see that being an issue.
Oh yeah. The next one is going to be the MDMS1. This is by Michael LS. It has a 4.8 star rating by 10 people. It's going to be under baling and transport. It is 1.05 megabytes to download, and the price tag is $500. Capacity is 1 round bale.
So, as best as I can tell, this is one of those bale loaders that, one, you're only going to get one bale onto it. 1 round bale, you're done. For $500, that's not bad. And when you look at kind of comparables, the only real comparable I can think of that would be, close to this would be something along the lines of I'm trying to find it. Is it probably bale loaders? Yeah, the Flegel Schmetterling, which is the 2-bale grabber, the one that kind of folds up. It's still manual, just like this one would be, but that's $2,800. This is $500, the one that we're showing here on screen. So it's significantly less. It's about a quarter of the price for about 1 megabyte to install. I mean, if you like to do it manual and you like to kind of have that kind of real like manual kind of process, it's not a bad way to go when all things are said and done. Now, are there any adjustments that can be made that will help things out? Like the Schmetterling there, you can adjust the width to be able to help you pick up bales and stuff. This one, I'm not 100% certain if you can expand it or contract or anything like that. It doesn't look like it has any straps or anything, so that might be an issue. You're trying to take it around the farm, and then all of a sudden it just kind of goes flying out if you hit a curve too hard. Yeah, it's one of those that it's certainly going to be very determined by whoever's playing.
Right, 100%. Seriously, CS Benji, what's going on, man? How you doing? Says good evening. I take it the Eagles won. Yes, they won, 40-22.
Benji.
Now this next one, as soon as I saw this, I'm like, yep, I know exactly who's going to be over all this. This is the tool height control for headers. This is by DD My Passion. It has a 4.9 star rating by 76 people, and it is 0.26 megabytes to download.
So the tool height control is the header that allows you. Well, it's a series of headers. It's got probably like a dozen or so different headers in there. And what it does is it allows you to adjust the height of your equipment in order to be able to fast farm. So if you want, you can raise up the equipment ever so slightly, and then all of a sudden you're going the working speed of the equipment rather than the working speed of the header. So it's one of those that if fast farming is your thing, this is something for you. Honestly, for me though, I don't much care for this particular model because I think there's better approaches that I've seen. But what I will say, 0.26 megabytes to install, super light on the install size. That's not bad whatsoever. So it's not that there's anything wrong with this specific mod or models or anything like that. It's just for the harvesting and stuff like that, not something that I'm, so passionate about that I'm gonna, go out of my way to install it.
Man, I do want to say though that Mr. Sealy P, I know he said his game crashed twice on the corn headers for the forage harvesters.
Oh wow!
So just keep that in mind if you're using it. So, all right, now we're getting the placeables. So the first one is going to be the Pack of Large Cow Sheds. This is by Rajo Gplay. It's 4.7 star rating by 75 people. It is 76.90 megabytes to download. Now, there is one that has it says maximum amount of cattle, 100. Price tag is $100,000. Daily maintenance is $500. That has a pen that you can adjust. I don't know if it goes anything above 100 cows or not. It also comes with a garage for a car with a second room. The price tag is $28,000. The daily maintenance cost is $50. And then it does have a half hall for machines connected to a garage and a barn space for 40 cows. This building has a second version with its own manure storage area. The standard base cost is $120,000. With the space for manure, it's $130,000, and the daily maintenance is $200.
So, looks like a beautiful mod, beautiful model. It's definitely in that kind of what I would imagine kind of Eastern European styling. That seems to be very prevalent in a lot of Rajo Gplay's mods and models. I don't think there's anything wrong with this outside of the file size. The file size is absolutely massive, almost 80 megabytes to install this one. That's a lot, but you do get a lot of details. Like you look at the pictures down here and you see kind of weathering on the side of the buildings, you see different textures on the stucco and the bricks, different style of bricks that are in there, different like there's a whole bunch of stuff that's going on with these models, and that's nice. But again, is it going to be worth nearly 80 megabytes to install? I'm gonna lead towards no.
The fifth picture in, that you see like the backside of the one cow shed. The stonework on the back looks phenomenal. There is an upper part that you can actually get up to. The ladder doesn't work, so you have to actually get up there with a telehandler or something and get up there. But there is a loft up there, but I think it's really kind of neat.
Nice.
Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Cowshed with Garage. This is by Mafia Solek and Rojet Gplay. It is 4.9 star rating by 84 people. It is 24.10 megabytes to download. It has a cow barn. I'm assuming that. Oh yeah, 20 cows. The construction. I don't know why it says construction cost. One could just say date. Like the price tag is $85,000. There we go. Maintenance cost is $250 a day.
Possibly like a translation issue, maybe.
Probably.
like I said, because this again, this looks very Eastern European to me, and at least the kind of style. Um, and it's like I said, it seems like a very running theme in Rajo G Play. So it's just possible that when converting this into English, might not be first language kind of thing.
Right.
But I mean, 24.1 megabytes to install. That's kind of heavy for a building. Now, yeah, you do get, looks like plenty of storage and whatnot. You get the cow barn in addition. I don't know. Again, it's not one that would fit my game or my style. So I don't know if this is one for me, but I can certainly understand the argument from others. Is like, oh no, this is a great mod and like it. And it's obviously very well received because it's got, almost a 5-star grade with almost 100 people, given that 5 stars. So
Yeah, and if you're looking at there's plenty of pictures like when you actually load into it, but when you're looking on the model page itself, and you're looking at the picture, so you have like the 2 doors, and you have like it looks like a big tall door, and then you have the drive-through section where the cows are, right? And then you have the off garage part. That big tall, it looks like a big gray black door. That's actually like a tarp, and then when you go to open it, you can actually see it collapse on itself and fold up, which I think is actually pretty.
Which again just goes to show that Rajo G Play and this other modder I'm not familiar with, the Mafia Solic. I mean, but just speaking to Rajo G Play, they make beautiful mods, beautiful models. Their maps are really, really well made. So this might be a good asset for when Rajo G Play comes out with a map later on. But for right now, just doesn't fit in well enough for anything that we have available. So this one for me would be a pass.
Right. The next one is going to be I don't like this one either. I mean, don't get me wrong, it looks fantastic, but you can't go inside. The next one is going to be the Polish Wooden House. This is by PT Rolnik. It has a 5-star rating by 4 people. You can find it under placeable farmhouses. It's 15.69 megabytes to download. Nice. The price tag is $30,000. Daily cost is $10 a day.
So this particular Polish house compared to the previous Polish house, the previous one, I think if I remember right, was far more expensive than this one. So that's a nice little, little thing going on. It's significantly cheaper, but yeah, all in all, it's a house. You can't go into it, and I don't know. I think that we can potentially do. I don't want to say do better because it is a nice model, but just there's plenty of options out there for us.
Right, 100%. Yeah. The next one, love this next one. So the next one is going to be the American Midwest Cold Storage. This is by ICUS. Makes fantastic mods. It has a 5-star rating by 95 people. It is you can find it under placeables and sheds. It's only 9.64 megabytes to download. The price tag is $125,000, and the daily maintenance cost is $1.
So absolutely massive building, definitely American style for the size and all that stuff. The installation size is next to nothing compared to the size of the building that you're getting. If you are looking for a American style shed, this is a good option. And when you consider 125 grand for a model this large on your map, that's not that bad. So normally I say, oh, a shed is a shed is a shed. No, this one's actually a little bit different. You can see highly detailed on the inside with the wood beam rafters. You've got the nice kind of color gradient on the outside. You got big tall doors and medium-sized doors and small doors. So you get like a nice little options of the styles in which you can. And it's got the big front bay that opens, like swings out so you can have a fully full-size harvester with header attached and be able to get through that door easily, no problem whatsoever.
I'm so sorry for laughing, but I remember watching Mr. Silly P's mod video on this. I just had to say this. As soon as he got to this mod and he was talking about it, as soon as he walked up to like the big front door, he goes, "This is a big building. You got a cavernous doorway in the front."
I can totally see him saying that too.
Yeah. Oh man. Yeah, I absolutely love that. I already have that one installed. um, the next one is going to be Machine Shed / Workshop. This is by Dithmarsher. I think that's how you pronounce it. Modding. It's 4.8 by 4-point star rating by 14 people. You can find it on our placeables and sheds. It's only 4.06 megabytes to download. So there is the storage hall, which is 3 large sector gates. The price tag is $45,000. The daily maintenance is $25 a day. The workshop is basically the exact same thing, just that it literally it's $70,000 and $45 a day. So it's literally the exact same building. They just added a workshop into it.
So the style isn't necessarily something that I'm in love with. It looks nice. The brickwork, you can kind of see the dimension on the brickwork on the front picture there. It's nice. It looks good. 4.06 megabytes to install. That's not a lot. I mean, that's actually rather good for a building. I like the metal trusses that kind of jet out from the top of the building. But, yeah, this would be something that I would install, but I don't see it fitting in a lot of maps that I would play, because this seems almost like a kind of potentially like Dutch style building, potentially.
Yeah, this is based off of like an island Dutch style.
Yeah.
I do know that the maintenance thing or the workshop trigger, you can only repair and customize. You can't do anything else with it. So I would just keep that in mind too. Let's see here. The next one is going to be the Small Machine and Bale Shed. This is by FSG Tasman. It has a 4.9 star rating by 15 people. Find it on replaceables and sheds. You can also find it on replaceables and silos. It's 6.65 megabytes to download. The price tag is $50,000.
So
now,
go ahead.
I do want to say one thing, because I know that you're probably going to say it doesn't say the storage capacity for the bales and pallets, right? It's 250 for this.
Okay.
So
6.65 megabytes to install. It's nice. I like it. I love the exposed wood on the interior of it. It's got some shed lights on the exterior. Bales and pallet storage, which is again very nice, and 50 grand. I mean, all in all, that's a really nice looking building that can fit in a lot of different locations. Yeah, I would install this one, absolutely. And for less than 7 megabytes to install, it's not that bad.
Yeah, and besides that too, it is also by FSG Tasman. So they make a phenomenal mods.
Yeah. Yep. Absolutely.
The next one is going to be storage racks. This is by AgriBusiness. It has a 5-star rating by 27 people. You're going to find on replaceables and storages. It is 1.73 megabytes to download. The price tag is $2,000, and the monthly upkeep or the daily upkeep is $10 a day. And it can hold up to 14 pallets. Now, FYI, this is pallets only, no bales.
Yeah, so this one I really like. I really like this. The model is... I shouldn't say the model. The model looks great. The color combination is not my favorite, personally. That's just a personal thing. That's nothing against the model or anything like that. But I love the automatic storage, for the pallets. 14 pallets can be stored on this, which is awesome, and less than 2 megabytes to install. I installed this one. It's nice. It's a great little model. $2,000 to install it. So you figure
Right.
if you just take in kind of your 5 base game pallets that you really need on a regular basis: seeds, fertilizer, liquid fertilizer, herbicide, and lime. Those 5 things right there, you're talking $10,000 for 5 of those 5 separate pallets. You can store each thing individually, and yeah, $10,000, 14 pallets each. You got plenty of space to store stuff.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, I personally didn't get that. I got the previous one, but I didn't get that one. The next one is going to be Machinery Garage. This is by ER Shaba. This has a 4.3 star rating by 17 people. You can find our replaceables and storages. It is 0.98 megabytes to download. Now, there's 2 buildings in this. So you got a garage 12 meter by 24 meter. Category sheds. You can find wow. The base price is $25,000. The daily upkeep is $12,000. Then you have the garage 20 meter by 20 meter. This is you can find other sheds. Price tag is $28,000, and the daily upkeep is $14 a day.
So this one here, I like it. Less than a megabyte to install, so it's not that intrusive on disk space. 25 and 28 grand to install the buildings themselves. Very nice. I mean, it's not bad at all, and they're pretty decent sized buildings. You look at the pictures there; it's got the Massey Ferguson harvester along with the tandem seeder that's right next to it. So it's a pretty big, cavernous building all by itself. And then you look at the other one, that's the second picture there. I mean, those tractors are tucked in pretty far on that particular one, and it looks like a really nice looking model. You got the kind of wood slatting on the outside that just kind of looks really nice, and you kind of keep on just looking around at it. The nice little spotlights in the front. It's a nice little model. I approve. I like it.
It's not bad either. It's less than 1 megabyte.
Yep, exactly.
Let's see. The next one is going to be the Old Manure Heap. This is by Black Sheep Modding. It has a 4.8 star rating by 67 people. You can find our replaceables and silo extensions. You can also find it under silos itself. It is 1.73 megabytes to download. There's a whole bunch of different price tags in here, so, and different capacities.
So for less than 2 megabytes, you get various different styles and sizes and shapes for your manure to spawn out of. I like it. It's a nice little model, less than 2 megabytes to install. You get, what is that, 5? Whoops. I think it was 5 separate styles that you can have, from an L shape, 2 L shapes, a small, medium, and large kind of U shapes. So it's really nice. And the largest one holds like 5 million liters of manure. So a ton for 20 grand as well. So all in all, good price, good amount of capacity, and less than 2 megabytes to install. Yeah, I like this one.
It's also by Black Sheep Modding, so and we all know me.
Black Sheep Modding
mods.
makes great models, and you can look at it and you can see like the weathering and the kind of smoothness from time. Like you can tell this is just something that's been around for a while, and hence it's called the Old Manure Heap.
Oh yeah, I got that one. I installed that one immediately.
Same here.
Now this next one, I'm gonna say I do like this one, and guys, I'm just gonna say this out loud right now. I knew someone that was very, very happy when this came out.
Who could that be?
Oh, I don't know. You tell me.
You know what? All I know is he's a handsome-looking devil.
Okay, if you say so. So I got the Sell Everything by Schultz Modding. It has a 4.9 star rating by 128 people. You can find our replaceables and selling points. It is only 1.73 megabytes to download. The price tag is only $1,000.
So if y'all didn't realize, I'm the person that we're talking about here. I was thrilled when this one came out. Absolutely thrilled. Here's why. We got several days prior to this coming out the Wholesale by Zuddlezok. And don't get me wrong, that mod was fantastic. It was 77.77 megabytes to install. I committed this size to memory. Now, for a selling point and a buy point, I don't want to commit 77.77 megabytes to my system. I knew this was around the corner. I knew this was coming. I didn't know when exactly. I just knew it was around the corner. And I'm so glad it's here now. I actually like the model better now than I did in the FS22 version. I like that it's not a kind of cacophony of a couple of containers right next to each other that you can open up and you see all the various bits and pieces inside. That just inflates the file size. It doesn't have to be that. For less than 2 megabytes to install and $1,000 to place down, these will literally sell just about everything, you know, from the game. So this one's absolutely huge in my opinion. I've installed it on my maps already, specifically so when it comes time I want to build, buy things like solid fertilizer, or not buy, but create solid fertilizer, or start creating lime, and I get accesses, I can sell them and utilize them for cash rather than just keep them around in perpetuity. Yeah, absolutely love this model. I'm so thrilled that it's here, and yeah, it's worth every megabyte. All two of them.
There's actually, yeah, no, there's 2 sell points in here, which I think is awesome.
3.
Oh,
so there's a short one, like a normal sized sell point, like really large sell point. So if you look at the screenshots there that they include, there's the kind of container, like it pretty much shows the container model for every single one. The empty grate that's on the bottom there, that's the size of the second one, but minus the containers. And then the third one is the same sell point size, but with the containers.
I gotcha.
Can you tell I was excited for this one?
Oh yeah, man, I installed it. I got rid of the other one.
Same here.
Now this next one, I did like this one. Really? Not gonna load? There we go. It's gonna be the underfloor storage for bulk materials and liquid. This is by Zodalzocht. I still remember back in FS22 when DJ Goham was doing the mod reviews and he saw Zodalzocht. He literally said, well, I don't understand why, but like, you know, because there's factories now. I don't understand why you can't make it for all platforms. He loads it up. He goes, oh, I take that back. It's for all platforms. This has a 4.5 star rating by 35 people. You can find the replaceables and storages. It's 15.89 megabytes to download. Now this is nice because so basically you got small, medium, and large. Small, medium, large. So basically you have a single crop storage. You have a multi-fruit storage for small, medium, and large. And then you also have the exact same thing, but for liquids.
Yeah, so this mod is brilliant. This is making a return from last year. There was something very similar that Zodalzocht made, but I think the model does look slightly different. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure it's roughly the same. But it's basically underground storage. So all you have really is the kind of grates and pipes that are coming out of the ground. It's brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant. If you've got a very small farm and you can't dedicate a lot of space to it, I mean, this is brilliant. And you get massive amounts of storage for, you know, relatively little storage space. You know, you get the small multi-croup for 100,000 liters. You get the medium for 1 million liters. And you got the large for 10 million liters. So, I mean, it's a huge amount of storage for your crops or for your liquids. And what I love about it too is the liquids, and it comes with extensions as well, so you can really pump up the amount of storage. So now, yeah, all in all, it's a great mod.
Now I do want to say, for people looking at my stream right now, the picture I'm looking at, which is the very first picture, this is the very first screenshot. where it shows that like the tipper tipping in. So basically, you have to open up the panel, tip in, and then be able, and then to take it out, you have to close the lid back down to be able to take it out. So now that's only for the grains, though. That's not for the liquids. Liquids you just pull up empty and fill. And the speed for it too is not bad for filling. So
Nice.
um,
Let me catch up with the chat just real quick here. We got Ken saying the lizard trailer would work well on the start from scratch scenario. Absolutely. Rambo Hacker says one thing to keep in mind on the cowshed pack is yes, it is 80 megabytes, but it's 3 cowsheds in it. Oh, absolutely. And like I said, it's one of those that I'm just kind of laying things out from the console player's perspective. So to me, is spending 80 megabytes in order to have 3 separate cow barns. The models are great. The way that it looked, fantastic. Really like Rajo G plays and their mods, their models and stuff like that. For me personally, 80 megabytes is a bit rich for me. I know for PC players, they're kind of rolling their eyes at me right now, and I don't blame them. But that's the perspective that I'm approaching it from.
right.
Benji, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says good evening, everyone. Good evening, Benji. We got Rambo Hacker also saying not to rub it in, but so glad to be on PC and not to have to worry about the mod file size. I have several placeable mods that are over 100 megabytes, and that's over 200. 200 megabytes. Oof. Yeah, no, like I said, it's one of those where I'm considering making the leap to PC.
I'm still waiting to get my my new PC as soon as I'm able to get it, man. I'm gonna send you this one. So,
and that's when I will for certain make the leap. For certain, because it's one of those that looking forward to that. Just not having to sit there and worry about file sizes anymore and all that stuff.
Right.
And I would love to be able to kind of up the game of like my Let's Play series. Doing kind of better shots and more, not like cinematics like a Scroft or anything like that. I don't have the talent for that, but dabble in it maybe.
Right.
Rambo says hi to Benji. Benji says hi to Rambo. Also says hi to Ken. Luke, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi to Benji. Benji says hi to Luke. Benji says, go Eagles. Yes, go Eagles. So glad they beat KC. So happy about that. And then Ken says, what up, Benji? And that is it.
Well, I can tell you one person that's not going to be very happy that that Kansas City lost.
Uh-oh, who's that?
FS Club. He's a KC fan.
Oh, well, stinks to be them.
Yeah, right. Let's see here. The next one is the Small Wooden Shed. This is by Scenic. It has a 4.9 star rating by 12 people. You can find it at Placeables and Sheds. It is 7.31 megabytes to download. Price tag is $5,000, and the daily cost is $10 a day.
So price isn't bad, $5,000. Megabytes to install, 7.31. That's a little bit rich, but it's a nice looking model. And if you're looking for something to store, like in the picture there, it shows a pickup and a I think disc arrow. It's kind of comparable size wise. It's nice. It's a nice little model. Would I install it for me personally? Probably not. Not worth the size. And I don't see a lot of situations where I'd want, personally, a shed of that size.
Man, I personally didn't install it. Let's see here. The next one. Now, this next one is very interesting. I have this one installed because I'm waiting to get a map where I actually can buy all the land and be able to put this again in the water. But this is called Cargo Ship. This is by Silver. I think that's how you pronounce it. Silver.
Mm-hmm.
It has a 4-star rating by 69 people. Nice. You can find it at Placeables and Selling Points. It is 2.90 megabytes to download. The price tag is $25,000, and the daily upkeep is $250 a day.
So I actually really like this model. I really like this. And the reason being, it's just a sell point. At the end of the day, it's just a sell point, but it's a creative sell point. It's something that can drive immersion. And it can work on a very, on a map. Now, here's the problem. I went ahead and installed this and tried placing it down on Zelonka. And it's very dependent on the terrain that's underneath that you're placing it on. So the problem is that when you're dealing with water, the terrain, obviously, for obvious reason, dips down. And as it dips down, you trying to install this, it's going to be very, very difficult to find the kind of butter zone where the model is accessible while at the same time is going to be like visually correct in the water kind of thing.
Right.
So it's one of those, it's going to be nice for the one map that kind of puts in that consideration of being able to put this down, or having the land purchasable so where you can actually modify the terrain just enough to where you won't break the plane of water, but be able to place this down so it looks good as well. So it's just going to be one of those where it's going to take a lot of fiddling, a lot of finesse, and eventually you'll get it there. But it is a nice little model. It's a nice little concept, and it's a place where you can sell wheat, barley, oats, green beans, silage, chaff, straw, grass, and wood chips. So a good array of different stuff that you can sell for it, and just another way to kind of get into the immersion of the game.
Now, PC and Mac, see, I mean, well, not Mac because I don't like Mac, but well, PC, we have the Place Anywhere mod, so it's very easy to place this anywhere, even on the base game maps. But on the console, though, you have to wait for a map that you can actually buy every little plot of land.
Yeah, in the description it says, note, you'll need a Place Anywhere kind of mod to place this ship on base game maps.
Yeah. Let's see here. The next one will be Agriculture Subsidy. This is by Mr. Hector. It has a 4.9 star rating by 80 people. You can find it replaceables and miscellaneous. It is 1.29 megabytes to download.
So, less than 2 megabytes for a way to be able to get money into the game quickly. I like it. It's very similar to the government subsidy mod. This one, I think, just has a lot better signage, and it has the ability to have like the US versus EU versions, which is really nice. So it really kind of adds a bit more dynamic to the signage rather than having to strictly be, the straight up government subsidy sign or the municipality sign, thing like that. You get 6 total signs, and of those signs, you get, the two kind of EU and US versions that's super cheap, quote unquote, for $1,000 per year, $100,000 per year, excuse me. And then the medium is $1 million per year, and the super one is $100 million per year. And that one, the signage is gold plated, which I thought that was rather funny.
Yeah. Yeah. And for anyone who was wondering, Mr. Hector is also the one that made Carpathian Countryside in 22.
Oh, yeah.
The next one is going to be Hunter Fence. This is by Ragman. 2414. I like the name. Has a 4.9 star rating by 17 people. You can find it replaceables and fences. It has 0.75 megabytes to download, and it's $75 per fence piece. Now it does come with 2 gates. It comes with a small and a large.
For me, it's a fence. It's not that intrusive in file size. It's less than a megabyte to install. But it's a fence. I mean, if it's in a style that you appreciate, then you're going to like it. If it's not, then you're not. So it's going to be up to the individual. I have no real strong opinion about this one.
I second that one. The next one is going to be Rain Gauge. This is by Bartson V3. This is has a 4.9 star rating by 30 people. You can find it replaceables and miscellaneous. It's 0.68 megabytes to download. The price tag is $13, and the upkeep is $1 a day.
So for those immersion players, this is a nice little thing. Less than a megabyte to install, $13 to buy. I mean, all in all, it's meant to be kind of a visual representation of what what the rain's doing. Disappears during the winter time. It reappears during the dry months, and wet months. And yeah, you can actually see water, in it when it rains. So it's a nice little model, and it's a nice little kind of decoration. But if decorations aren't your thing, or you don't want to be bothered, then yeah, it is what it is.
Right. Exactly. I mean, there gonna be some people out there that are gonna like that. I mean, me personally, I didn't get it, but next one is gonna be Road Barriers Pack. This is by Cynic. It has a 4.6 star rating by 14 people. You can find replaceables and decoration. This is 1.18 megabytes to download, and the price tag for each barrier is $100.
So again, this is going to be like a good little decorative little piece, but all in all, it's just decoration and not anything that I'm personally going to be like jumping for joy over having. It is what it is. It's not bad or anything. It's fine, but just not something that I would go run out and install or be excited about.
Right, exactly. Now this next one is a PC Mac only mod. I do know that the modder for this, the modder's Arrow. He is trying to talk to Giants to get this put in with their next patch, but it's called Realistic Weather. So it basically makes it like Seasons from 19, almost.
Ooh.
Which is nice. So it adds 3 new disasters. So you have blizzards, droughts, and extreme thick fog. And then you also it adds moisture mechanic to fields. So it all depends like type of crop and stuff like that. But I'm not gonna go through it, but but he's trying to work with Giants right now to see if they can implement that in the next patch.
Nice.
So we'll see what happens. So serious. So the next one's gonna be an update. This is for the Fent 900 Vario series. This is by Hans, and as of right now, has a 4.6 star rating by 726 people. The downloadable size is 47.62 megabytes.
So as I mentioned earlier, when I consider tractors as something I want to install, I tend to try and gauge around the 25 MB mark. That's just kind of my own personal preference. If it's beyond that, it's got to have a lot of features available for it. And this one, there's some features on it. You can see the different painting scheme. I presume maybe some windows might open that wouldn't happen during base models and stuff like that. It's a nice looking model, but for me, the megabytes is just too rich for my blood. 266,000 to buy the base and less than 300 horsepower. Personally, not one that I would install because of the megabyte size.
Right. And for everyone wondering, it is going to be changed on 1.1.0.0. Added Fent Vario 900 Generation 6, and added new sound for both generations, thanks to Bloody Rules and Silence. Yeah, that's a very interesting name.
So the reason I laugh, have you ever heard of a comedian named Jeff Dunham?
Yes.
So for those who are not aware, Jeff Dunham is a comedian who does puppetry, and he has a puppet that he does. He does a ventriloquism, and he has one puppet. I don't think I can get into it due to TOS reasons, so I'm not going to elaborate. But just think of a bag of bones. Okay, just
Oh yeah.
think of the bones, like a skeleton, right? And the kind of running joke from the skeleton is silence. It just he's screaming silence all the time, and it's
Yeah.
absolutely hysterical.
Silence. Fight.
Yeah, I end you.
uh, oh, jingle. I'm not gonna finish that.
Yeah, like I said, due to TOS, I'm not gonna
Yeah.
elaborate too deeply into it. But check out Jeff Dunham. Check him out. He's absolutely hilarious. One of my favorite things that he talked about was him walking his wife's dog. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
No, I haven't heard that one.
So he's talking about his wife. She wanted just a little like purse poodle kind of thing, just a
Oh,
little
jeez.
yuppie Chihuahua dog, and he has a young daughter, and they were taking him out for a walk, and they had one of those leashes where you push the button and it like retracts and expands the
Mhm.
leash. And the
Yeah.
kid is walking the dog, and as they're walking the dog, she's pushing the button, ka-chink, 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 and it's like the dog's trying to walk away, and it's like kind of stopping him in his tracks, kind of thing. And
Oh,
he scolds her and says, don't do that." And then all of a sudden, like, she looks back at him, he looks at her, and the wheels get to turning. All of a sudden, she
oh,
pushes the button and lets go of the leash, but she let a whole lot of line go.
oh no.
So she pushes the button, lets go, and all of a sudden the thing starts skittering towards the dog. And the dog's looking around. It's like, ooh, there's a new noise. What's going on? And all of a sudden, the dog realizes that it's being chased by the leash. So it takes off running, trying to escape the leash.
Oh no.
And because of the size of the dog, all of a sudden it catches up and boop, beep, and does like a barrel roll.
Oh, and for anyone wondering, yes, it's ODT. If anyone's wondering, I'm just gonna put an abbreviation.
Yes, yes.
Um, let's see here.
For those out there who know Jeff Dunham and know specifically the skeleton for which we're talking about, you'll understand why we're playing it cautious when it comes to TOS on this particular one.
Yep, exactly. Uh, let's see here. It also says corrected. You spelled corrected wrong. Corrected LED lights on Fent 1 joystick. Improved color configuration. Now you can now you can your own color. Okay. Okay. Bad translation. um, now this next one, I installed this one. I like this one. So this is the John Deere T Series and 600X headers. This is by GEFD 25. It has a 4.7 star rating by 73 people. It has a downloadable size of 52.01 megabytes to download.
So this one here, if you're a fan of John Deere, then this one will be a nice one for you. 10,000 liter capacity for base, 305 horsepower, $263,500 to purchase. Now, if we were to look at kind of comparables for that, just really fast to see if it's really worth. Where are the? There we go. So for a harvester of that size, 10,000 liter capacity is kind of the comparable. The closest one we've got is the Case AxleFlow 7150, and that one has a grain capacity of 10,570. So the base game has a little bit better of a storage capacity, but where this one has it is the price. The base price for this $263,500. The case is $301,000. So you're talking over almost $40,000 difference right there. So that one's really nice. And then horsepower wise, the case has it beat on horsepower, 305 versus 449. So it's one of those that at the end of the day, you're going to be spending more with the case, but you're also likely going to be able to get a bigger header, which it looks like the headers that come with this one as 9.15 meters and 10.7 meters, which is rather surprising because the ones that it recommends for the case is up to 8.5. So it's actually larger for the John Deere headers in this pack. So
Charger's better.
So at the end of the day, do you want to install this for 52 megabytes? That one's a bit of a rough one for me personally. I think the savings that you get out of it and the potential working with expansion that you get out of it is not necessarily worth it. But again, unless you're a big John Deere fan like yourself, yeah, one of those, one of those, yeah, you might be able to justify, going that route.
Right. And it's a very highly detailed mod too.
Oh, absolutely.
So your next one's gonna be skid steer bumper hitch adapter. This is by Mr. Boomastic. Buckeye State Farms Ford Man 4090. It has a 4.7 star rating by 36 people, and it has a downloadable size of 10.18 megabytes. The price tag is $550, and yes, you can find it under loaders and skid steer loader tools.
So this model is actually really nice, and I like it. It makes the skid steer just a little bit more usable for other applications, and you can really get some equipment like tucked away in some really tight spots because of how maneuverable a skid steer can be. Yeah, all in all, this is a nice little mod for 10 megabytes. That's a little rich for what you're getting, but $550 for the tool itself. Honestly, I could see installing this just for the kind of accessibility that this would create, especially for a map like a European style with a very tight yard.
Right.
This one might be a really nice addition for that style of play.
Right. Let's see here. The next one is going to be self-made concrete weight. This is by Michael LS. Has a 4.4 star rating by 14 people. You can find our miscellaneous and weights. It is 0.98 megabytes to download. It's an 800 kilogram weight. The base price is $500.
It's a weight. It's less than a megabyte. It's $500. I mean, okay. No, that's really about it. It's
if you like it, like it.
Huh?
I said if you like it, you don't.
Yeah, and really, if you're looking at kind of comparables, I mean, let's do our due diligence in that regard. You figure it's an 800 kilogram weight, so probably the Kloss would be, the 10 Winkle is probably the closest here, the 750. It's actually not that bad. For less than a megabyte, 800 kilograms, the closest one we have is the PAX 750 for $1,250. This one's $500. So that's actually not a bad install.
Right. I love this next one. Oh, I installed this immediately. This is the American Midwest Maintenance Shop. This is by ICUS. It has a 5-star rating by 155 people. You can find our replaceables in sheds. It has a downloadable size of 12.58 megabytes. The price tag is $200,000. The daily maintenance cost is $20 a day. I do want to say, A, beautiful building, and B, this is the one building from any maintenance trigger or vehicle trigger you can go to that you can actually sell, repaint, repair, and customize.
Oh, nice. So yeah, that's a
So
really nice little feature that this one has over a lot of the other repair triggers that are available out there, and it's a very nice model. It looks fantastic. ICUS does make some really nice looking models, and this one is no exception. I love the details of the building outside, the kind of potted plants and stuff that are on the side. And for 13 megabytes, it's not a bad file size for what you're getting. You're getting an absolutely cavernous building where you can store a whole bunch of stuff, and you can use it as a repair trigger as well. Yeah, all in all, this is a nice mod.
yeah, and repeat, Mr. CLP has a cavernous front to it. Absolutely love it. Now the next one is going to be the 3 Stars Workshop. This is also by ICUS. It has a 4.9 star rating by 158 people. You can find replaceables and sheds. It's 14.39 megabytes to download. The wow, I just lost my train of thought. I was going to say the price tag. There we go. For is $150,000. The daily maintenance cost is $20 a day. Now, this is an absolutely huge building, and I'm not going to repeat it again. But you know what Mr. CLP said?
Cavernous.
Cavernous front. In the back, it does have a maintenance trigger. The exact same thing, so you can repair, sell, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But there's also like that flag in the back. There's a button that's directly underneath that has a picture of a flag. You can actually change that between American and Canadian flag.
Oh, now that's cool. Yeah, so again, ICUS makes great models, great mods. It's one of those that if you're looking for an absolutely cavernous front,
Yeah.
here we go. This is what you can get. And for less than 15 megabytes, tons of detail. You got the interchangeable flag triggers. So if you got the Canadian map or an American map, you can go with either one. It's a lovely looking model. Nice little color combination. You can change up the side trims and all that stuff. Yeah, it looks good. And you got some storage racks in there. Yeah, absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, and very highly detailed. That's what I think too. Let's see here. The next one is going to be Medium Garage. This is by Tom Sky. This has a 4.7 star rating by 13 people. You can find replaceables and sheds. It's 12.43 megabytes to download. The price tag is $100,000, and the daily upkeep is $10 a day.
So this one here is a really nice looking model. I love how the kind of side of the stone of the building looks like it's actually carved, like hand carved and stuff. That looks really cool. For less than 13 megabytes, you can have this. And it's $10,000 to install. It's really going to be big enough to have medium and small size tractors in it. So it's one of those that it is going to have its limitations as to what you can do with it, but for the most part, it's a nice looking model. And yeah, I don't know if I would install it just because of how limiting the sizes are for it, but it's nice. So it's going to be, again, down to the individual who wants to use it.
Right, exactly. Now we got an update. This is for the Cow Barn XL. This is by FSG Tasman. As of it stands right now, it's a 4.4 star rating by 515 people. It has a download size of 22.59 megabytes to download. It has a died to sneeze there for a second. It has a price tag of $150,000. Daily maintenance of $200. Max capacity is 250 cows, but it's not because you can adjust the fence. but it is changelog 1.0.0.1. Fixed all unload triggers to accept feed/draw.
So this model is really, really nice for 22, less than 23 megabytes. You can really kind of get something really, really special. Tons of detail inside this building and out. Yeah, it's a nice model. I would recommend this one, and yeah, I would install it.
Yeah. I have it. The next one's going to be the Class Xerion 5000 4500. This is by Giant Software. It has a 4.6 star rating by 169 people. It is 47.73 megabytes to download. I personally was very excited when this came out. Now I know your personal thoughts on this. It's too high on the megabyte storage.
Yeah, and that's really it. For almost 50 megabytes to install, I mean you're talking for 50 megabytes. That's the size of a small forestry map. You know, that's really rich for one tractor, in my opinion. Now, don't get me wrong, the models are fantastic. I love Giant's models; they look great. I just wish that this would have been base game rather than having to take up the precious megabyte slots or megabyte space that we have available to us.
Right. I mean, the price range is between $443,500 to $476,000, but your powers ranges between 490 and 530. So it's not awful.
No, not at all. I mean, that's you're talking that's like Case Steiger territory. You know, that's the big John Deere X9 territory. For the Kloss version.
Yeah. But for anyone wondering, this is like the older model, like the version they had in 22. But in 25, they have the newer model base game.
Correct.
The next one's gonna be the Vultra N series. This is also by Giant Software. This has a 4.6 star rating by 103 people. It's 15.44 megabytes to download.
So as I was mentioning earlier, when I look at tractors, regardless of who made them, I try and scope out anything less than 25 megabytes. That's kind of my threshold before I'm like, okay, this needs to be something really, really special for me to be above that and be okay. This one meets that. It's the N series, so it's got up to 201 horsepower, up to 142,000 to purchase. That's not a bad price when all things are considered, and it's in the small tractors category. So it's a nice little tractor. If you're looking for something that can have up to 200 horsepower, yeah, this one's nice, and it's got the reverse steering, as you can see here in the screenshot. That's really nice, and yeah, it's a nice little tractor. If you like Valtra, then yeah, I recommend it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Plus, it's coming from Giant, so you know it's going to be highly detailed.
Exactly.
The next one's going to be the Vultra Velmet Series 8750. This is also by Giant Software. It has a 4.7 star rating by 137 people. It is 20.02 megabytes to download. Now, it is a base price of $84,000, and it only has 190 horsepower.
So again, that 25 megabyte threshold, that's met. That's really nice. The price is really good at 84 grand because it's the older style of tractors, and 190 horsepower. So it's what, 20 horsepower less than the previous one we were just talking about, and it's not too shabby at the end of the day. This is pretty much the same Valtra that came in base game 22.
Yep.
It's nice. It's a nice little model, nice looking. It's got the reverse steer, just like a lot of Valtras do. And yeah, it's great. I like it.
Oh yeah, 100%. Now this next one I installed right away. I was excited. You got the Kubota M7 series. This is by Giant Software. It has a 4.8 star rating by 140 people. It is 28.34 megabytes to download. And the price does range between $118,500 to $138,500. The power is 130 to 170.
So this one here, it's got the over the megabyte threshold. So that one's, ooh, that's right there. It's right there. For a small tractor up to 170 horsepower, we saw two now that I think outperforms this one. And unless you're a fan of Kubota as a brand,
Yeah.
me personally, just not my cup of tea because of the megabyte size.
I'm just thankful that we got the M8 base game. And I'm excited for it.
For sure.
Um, the next one is going to be the Farmet Falcon 6 Pro FERT Plus. This is also by Giant Software. It has a 4.8 star rating by 64 people. Has a 34.76 megabyte to download. That has a tag price tag of $128,000. The required horsepower is 220. The working width is 6 meters. Capacity is 2,400 to 3,600 liters.
So this one here is almost 35 megabytes. That's a very, very large file size for a seeder. I'm trying to bring up the map or the there we go.
Shop.
So yeah, the shop. So comparable for a 6 meter. If we take a look for seeders, here we go. We got the Bednar Omega Double Ot 6000 FL. This one is 116,000 base game. The one that they just added, the Farmet, is 128,000. So the mod is a little bit higher. Horsepower requirement, the Bednar requires 240. This one's 220. So this one's a little bit less, but not by much. Same working width. Capacities, you've got 2,400 to 3,600 for the Farmet, and here for the Bednar, 5,000 to 5,400. I mean, honestly, stick with the Bednar.
Yep. Now, all I want to do say is that stick with the Bednar. I do agree, BA, unless you are 100% fan of Farmet.
Yep.
So, man, I personally didn't grab it, but the next one I grabbed, this is going to be the Double Mega Roll 2430. This is by Giant Software. It has a 4.7 star rating by 98 people. It's 16.84 megabytes to download. Price tag is $140,500. The required horsepower is 350. The working width is 24.3 meters.
So the download for this one is just shy of 17 megs. The Brant that we have base game is 27.7 meter working width. That's a pretty large working width. This one here is 24.3. So you're talking a difference of 3 and change. That's a pretty significant difference. Now this is where it gets interesting. The Dalbo here is 140,500. The Brant base game roller, the land roller, which is bigger that we established already than the Dalbo, is 115,000. $30,000 less than the mod that we're talking about. In my opinion, the Dalbo is nice. The Brant is better.
Yeah, unless if you're that one person that's really a big fan of Dalbo.
Exactly. And all of this that I'm saying here is, will always be superseded by, hey, I just like it. If it's something that you like, ignore what I'm saying wholeheartedly and just go with what you like.
Now, of course, if you're on PC, it doesn't really matter.
Or if you're on PC, then you can basically go, nah, 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 nah.
Now, this next one they added in as a content update, and they brought it back as a mod for 25. But this is the Class Linear 4900. This is by Giant Software. It has a 4.8 star rating by 85 people. It has a 21.22 megabyte download. The price tag is $98,500. The required horsepower is 115. Working with is 15 meters.
So looking at our comparables, I believe that would be Pottinger territory for a windrower. 21.22 megabytes to download. That's a pretty decent file size there. Now we take a look at working widths. The Pottinger 14 meters. This one is 15 meters. So the Kloss here is actually a little bit bigger. The Pottinger's price, $92,000. So it's a little bit cheaper. The Kloss, $98,500. So it's really within that range of, okay, I can spend an extra $6,000 and get an extra meter working with for the Kloss.
Be right back.
Yep. And then if you're looking at working speed, the Kloss here runs at 15 kph. I think that's roughly around 9 miles an hour, which is about the same as the Pottinger. So all in all, is the 21.22 megabyte install worth the extra meter and the increase in price? Again, I think this one's going to be kind of a up to the individual. There's no good or bad to this one. No real big, strong opinion. While Will is out, let me go ahead and catch up with the chat here real quick. We've got... think I left off with Rambo Hacker Gaming saying, great stream, falling asleep, and need to get some rest. All right, Rambo, we'll hope you have a fantastic rest of your night. You take care, and we'll see you again real soon. Rambo also says, still watching from bed. The realistic weather mod is amazing. Hope it goes to console because it adds a whole new level of realism to the game. It's a real game changer mod. Ooh. Now, see, the one thing I've been really kind of hesitant with the realistic weather mod is the fog, because the fog, from what I understand, it gets really, really, really dense with that mod, and it just worries me that it could potentially just make it go berserk, like out of control. And that's basically the kind of running theme I've been hearing about that mod, is that it just really kind of cranks up that fog density to 11. And yeah, that's kind of where I'm worried. Benji says, later, everyone. Later, Benji. Hope you have yourself a fantastic night. Thanks for stopping by. Take care, and we'll see you again next time. Ken says, see ya, Benji. Luke says, I don't know what that word is. A mod? How about a mod for remote control for garage door? Oh, that'd be interesting. Rambo says the large class tractor is the best large tractor in game, but I have the modded version I like even more. Very nice. Star Spangled Mods, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic night so far. Says, what up, everyone? How's everyone doing? Doing fantastic, Star Spangled. Hope you're having a fantastic one. Mark Patterson, how you doing? Hope you're having a great one as well. He says, yeah, love that class modded one too. Rambo says, the four-wheel steering on the Kloss makes it better than the large case and John Deere and their articulating turning styles. Plus, it's the Kloss LOL. Very nice. Mark says, yep, 100% agree with you on the large, or on that one, Rambo Hacker Gaming. Rambo also says the Dalbo is much better roller and handles much better. Brand aside is easier to use at in-store. Gotcha. Rambo also says the fog rarely happens. Haven't had it happen on Calmsden yet. Okay. Well, I mean, it's one of those that because I'm a console player, I'm fairly ignorant as to that specific mod, and I haven't seen it in real life. I've just heard about these things and that it really kind of cranks things up to the nth degree. So it's one of those that I would certainly welcome it, and especially if it kind of gives us that kind of more Seasons vibe from FS19 with the water content and stuff. I'm totally on board with that.
I'm back.
Beauty. Yep, and I'm through my chat, so.
Perfect. Let's see here. Next one is going to be the Reader Respiro R9 Profi. This is also by Giant Software. It's a 4.7 star rating by 70 people. It is 22.99 megabytes to download. The price tag is $125,000. The required horsepower is 150. Working with is 9 meters.
So I'm not huge personally on mergers, so I don't have a strong opinion on this. The reason I'm not too huge on them is because it's not that they don't work, it's not that they're high in megabytes or anything like that. It's the fact that the price, you can get something for infinitely cheaper for a windrower that is going to be, basically doing the same thing. The trump card that these things have compared to like a regular windrower is you can accept like different discharging points. You can have it discharge from the middle to the left to the right. That's really nice, and that is a nice little thing to have. But you compare the working width, which is 9 meters on this one. The closest one that we have base game is, we'll say, the Samaz at 8.4 meter working width. This thing, the Raider, is $125,000 and 150 horsepower required for this. The Samaz, yeah.
Wouldn't the Anderson be closer?
Yeah, it would, but what I'm making is a comparison to the the wind rowing effect.
I gotcha.
So the Samaz is 8.4 meters and only requires 80 horsepower. This is almost double the horsepower requirement and is $125,000 compared to 19,500. So you're talking for $20,000 less dollars. You're just losing the ability to discharge from left, right, and center. So me personally, that's why I'm not a huge fan of these specific models or like the Anderson that you get base game. If you're looking for the Anderson kind of model for model, which Will kind of brings up and makes a good point about, again, the Anderson kind of has this one beat. Again, base price $125,000. The Anderson is $89,000. The working width for this one is 9 meters. The Anderson is 9.2. So cheaper, bigger, and the horsepower requirements. The Reader 150, the Anderson 140. So cheaper, bigger, less horsepower, and yeah. Just the trifecta for the win, and you don't have to include a megabytes of 23 megabytes to install it because, again, the Anderson's better.
The nice thing though about the Reader is that yes, you can have it left, right, and center, but there's another option where you can actually have it discharge on the left and the right, which I think is kind of neat.
So you can have it kind of split the thing instead of merge it.
Yep.
Which again, I mean, that is nice, but is it worth $125,000 for being able to merge it like that when you can get something that's almost as large for $100K less?
Right.
I mean, you know what? Let's put it into an even bigger perspective. The Krone Squadro, right? That has a working width of 9.7. So you're talking a 0.7 increase. Almost halving on the horsepower requirements, and it's $60,000. So you get something bigger, you get something that requires half the horsepower, and it's more than half of the price discounted.
Yeah, I mean, I 100%. I mean, unless you're like the biggest fan of Reader, unless you really like that mod, I wouldn't highly recommend getting it.
Yeah, exactly.
Let's see. The next one is going to be the Unia Apollo 16 Premium by Giant Software. It has a 4.9 star rating by 62 people. And the downloadable size is 14.75 megabytes. The price tag is $51,500. Required horsepower is 150, and working width is 12 meters, and the capacity is 20,000 liters.
So this one I really like. I actually really, really like this one. For less than 15 megabytes, you can get this one. Not that bad of a size. Now, the reason that I like it, there's no real good comparable to this one, base game. So we have basically a split the baby scenario on this one. We have the Ha DST16 and the Bergman TSW 6240W. Those are kind of the two that are either lower or higher than this one here. We'll start with the haw and compare it first. The haw is $67,000 for it. This is $51,500. Now, looking at the horsepower requirements, 150 versus 150, same exact working requirements. 12 meter working width, 12 meter working width. So exact same size. The capacities are where we start to see the difference. The capacity on this, 20,000 liters. This, the Ha, is is 16,500. So for 51,500 for this mod from Giants, you get a cheaper and more capacity manure spreader than the Ha. And again, the same thing happens with the Bergman. So actually, now that I'm kind of talking about this and saying it out loud, the Ha is actually far closer in comparison than the Bergman. The Bergman's like the tier higher. So yeah. The Ha, I would say that this particular one, the Unia, yeah, this is definitely worth a download because, file size not bad, cheaper price, bigger capacity, same working with.
Oh yeah. I definitely agree with that 100%. Yeah, and that came with the premium DLC from 22.
Yep.
Now this one, I know I missed Space Game and I wanted to cry over it because I was like, we're never going to see it again, but it's back. That is the K-Brand SLC 141. This is by Giant Software. It's a 4.7 star rating by 49 people. It has a downloadable size of 9.23 megabytes. Has a base price of price tag of $55,000. Required horsepower is 180. Working with is 10 meters. And the capacity is 15,600 liters.
So again, the closest comparable is going to be the Ha, the DST16. The K brand is 55,000. The Ha is 67,000. So the K brand is cheaper. Horsepower requirement. This one's actually kind of a shocker. 180 horsepower for the K brand, only 150 for the Ha. So the Ha is a little bit better on the horsepower. Working with, also another shocker. K-brand 10 meters, Ha 12 meters. And the capacities. The K-brand 15,600, the Ha 16,500. So you're spending a little bit less for the K-brand, but you're also getting a little bit less. Now the 9.23 megabytes to install it, it's actually really good. That's really good. So personally, I would recommend this because it is just a slight step below the base game Ha. And if you're wanting to save just a little bit of money, about 12 grand, then that might be worth installing it for.
Right, man. I installed it. I mean, you know me from all my screenshots from 22. This is my to-go manure spreader.
Well, and it's got such a nice, unique style of discharging because it's a side discharge. It's not a rear discharge.
Exactly. The next one is going to be the Novag T-Force Plus 350. This is by Farming Agency and Agrar Design Austria. Has a 4.8 star rating by 71 people. It's 23.66 megabytes to download. The price tag is $122,575. The required horsepower is 120. Working with is 3 meters. And the capacity is 2,440 liters. Plus 2,000 liters of fertilizer. So the 2440 is the seed. Or you can have 2,200 liters of seed and 2,240 liters of fertilizer. Now, there is one thing I do want to say. This is a direct drill. The other nice thing about this too, which I know a lot of people probably don't know, is that this does everything. So it does your planter crops.
Okay, so that kind of changes what I was getting ready to say because I'll be honest with you, until you said this one made no sense to me. So the reason that I say that is because looking under the seeder category, This is a 3-meter working width. The next closest comparable is the Unia Phoenix 3003.
Yeah.
So the Unia price base game is 46,500. This is 122,575. Incredibly more expensive, almost 3 times the price for the same working width, right?
Yeah.
Same working width, and the power requirements. The Novag is 120, the Unia 140. So the Unia has 20 extra horsepower requirement. It's not that big of a deal in my opinion. And then the storage capacity is the Unia, only taking seed, has a 3,000 liter capacity. This does kind of give you a little bit of a wiggle room, and it allows you to do 24/4 of seeds and liter fertilizer. I think that's supposed to be solid fertilizer for 2,000.
Yeah.
And then it also gives you the liquid capacity as well. So it's one of those that you can kind of change it up. But at the end of the day, if you get the Unia Phoenix plus, let's say, I don't know. I mean, really, you can get the Unia Phoenix from the Cedar and the Amazon Presea. Both of those are cheaper than this.
Right.
Both of those combined, you can get both, and you get 2 of the individual crops. And the Amazon's actually 4.5 meter working width, as opposed to the 3 meter from the Novag. So, I mean, to me personally, it doesn't really add up to have this one.
I personally don't like it because it's 3 meters. But the nice thing though is that it does fertilizer and seed. But the biggest thing is that it does everything, even your planter crops, all in one, which I think is nice.
Oh, for sure. And that is definitely a really heavy trump card that thing has, but that's a really expensive price to pay for a 3 meter working width.
Oh yeah, 100%, and I'm not going to disagree with that, not even in the slightest. Let's see. The next one is going to be the Schwarzmüller 3-axle low loader. This is by FS Minor. It has a 4.8 star rating by 81 people. It is 7.48 megabytes to download, and the price tag is $50,000.
So probably the closest comparable that we have base game would be probably the Load King Renowned Drop Deck. The Schwarzmüller is 50,000 flat. The Load King is 59.5. I mean, there's really not much in the way of the Load King in the ways of, getting things onto it. As best as I can tell, I don't see. Oh no, it's got ramps, so you can unfold it ramps. It's another triple axle trailer. I mean, for less than 8 megabytes to install, that's not too terrible, really. So, yeah, I would install this. I would like it.
Right. The next one is going to be the Bergman Shuttle 410S. This is by LS Egrar Ole. It has a 4.7 star rating by 23 people. It does have a downloadable size of 16.06 megabytes. The price tag is $165,000. The capacity is 41,500 liters. The required horsepower is 180.
So for this one, the file size 16.06, not too bad. That's not too bad. But this is where we kind of diverge from the not too bad. So the base game comparable would probably be the Fendt Tego 75 VRD. The price of the Bergman, $165,000. Price of the Fendt base game, $141. Is this worth an extra $24,000? No. And here's why. Capacity on the Bergman, 41,500. Price, the capacity of the Fendt, 40,500. So you get an extra $1,000 for almost $25,000 extra. And then you go into horsepower requirements. Bergman 180, Fendt 150. All in all, you're paying more, you're getting less, or you're not getting like a significant increase for the price that you're paying, and you're getting more of a horsepower requirement. All in all, I would just say stick with the Fendt.
Unless you're a big Bergman fan.
Yeah, yep, exactly. But again, I mean, you could really even go up a level and checking out the Pottinger Jumbo 8450 DB. That's $158,000 for that specific one. Now, the horsepower jumps significantly. Again, Bergman 180, Pottinger is 250, so that's a big jump. But the capacities is where things kind of shift around. The Bergman 41.5, like I said before, the Pottinger 47,300. So you're spending more, or I'm sorry, you're spending less on the Pottinger and getting more capacity on that one. So again, with the only downside being 250 horsepower for the Pottinger, I think the base game's got it beat.
Right. Next one is going to be the Vaderstad Rolex 450 620. This is by DR Modding. It has a 4.9 star rating by 43 people. It has a downloadable size of 53.89 megabytes. And there's 4 different options. So you basically have a 6.2, 5.1, 4.5, and then you have a Vaderstad Bio Drill, which basically is like the added seat tank. So
the megabyte size on this one is almost 55 megs. That's a huge file. Now, yes, you're getting what, 1, 2, 3, 4 different styles of machines on this one. I mean, is it worth it? I don't know. I really struggle with this one because all of the sizes that you have access to are smaller than base game equipment. Every single one of them. So it's one of those where if you're looking for more of an introductory roller, this might be a good option. But personally, again, unless you're a big Vaderstad fan, I don't know if this one is worth it because of the packaging of all the different ones. If these were individual mods that you can download one at a time, this would be worth it all day and night. You can pick and choose which ones you want and kind of go from there because, again, it's a good introductory pricing. The cheapest roller we have base game is the Vaderstad Rexus 1230. For $46,500, you get a 12.3 meter working with. These ones, the biggest one is 6.2 meter and 17,830. So that's a really good price for, yeah, it's half the size that you get from base game, but it's significantly less than half the price. So you're getting a good deal there.
See, my big thing though is they're literally the exact same thing with the exact same options. The only big difference is that you literally have different sizes of the rollers. I just don't understand why the modder, right, DR modding just couldn't make one model and basically extend the rollers out from different options and just add the seater on it. I think it'd be less megabyte storage at that point. But yeah, I don't mod, so not that.
I mean, it's certainly possible, and there are slight differences between the different models. Like you look at the Rolex 450 versus the Rolex 510, you got the kind of digging tines that are behind the one. Now I don't know if that's
it's
like
an
something
option.
that isn't an option for all of them. So yeah. So that might have been potentially a better thing to do is to just have the same model and just have it expand out. But again, you and I, we're not modders. We're just kind of speaking as a possibility.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's also exactly what Mr. Sealy P said. Is he's like, I don't understand why they don't. No, I mean even DJ said the exact same thing. But
yeah, which I mean at the end of the day, like I said, my biggest issue isn't necessarily that it is different models. My biggest issue is that it's all packaged together. If they were all individually available to where you could download one versus the other,
Right.
then that would honestly, to me, solve the issue personally because of the file size.
Right. I gotcha. Now, this next one, which is called the Lizard 6M, this is by Raleigh Christie 1 VR VSR modding server. Has a current rating of 4.4 stars by 56 people. Now, this is popping up as an update, and I'll tell you exactly why. So this is this has a downloadable size of 4.25 megabytes. The base price is $8,000. Required horsepower is 180. Working with is 6 meters. Now, the reason why this is an update is it doesn't say it. When this originally dropped, this had a 20 meter working with, even though it didn't show it. But
Oh,
then
wow.
they updated it. So they updated it, and now it actually has a 6 meter working with. So
this one is an absolute beauty of a mod. Now, here's why. This is a straight edge plow. It's not a chisel back to where you're not having to, deal with it on that weird kind of angle. So the working width on this is 6 meters. All right. The closest comparable we have is the Kverneland base game, Kverneland PW112, 6 meter working width. So it's 1-to-1. Horsepower requirement for this one here that's modded, 180. The horsepower requirement for the Kverneland, 360. Half the horsepower requirement for the same exact working width. And you get the ease of having a straight edge plow. Then you compare the prices. $8,000 for this one, this Lizard 6M. Kverneland, $75,000.
Yep.
$75,000. You are spending infinitely more money for the base game comparable size plow, and you're dealing with the more headaches, and you're dealing with the higher horsepower. Just go out and download this. Just go out and download this. It's worth every megabyte, and it's only 4.25 megabyte. So not that high in megabyte size, infinitely cheaper, infinitely less power, same exact working width. And if we're looking at working speed, it says 20 kph. I think that's roughly around, like, I'm guessing here, maybe around 11 to 10 miles an hour. Base game is 7 for the Kverneland. So, yeah, that even let's just say this: even if 20 kph is 7 miles per hour, which I don't think it is, it's still infinitely better.
100%. So the next one is going to be the Forschwit B365/A03. This is by Kowalski. It has a 4.8 star rating by 17 people. The downloadable size is 9.61 megabytes. The price tag is $2,000. The required horsepower is 100. The working width is 3 meters.
So this one here is brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. So for less than 10 megabytes, so it's a little bit rich for a cultivator, but it's a nice looking model. It looks very kind of old school, which I like that. But comparing it to base game, the closest thing we have is the whatever it's called, Eco Cultivator 300. All right, base price for the Forschwit is $2,000, $2,000. Base price for the Eco Cultivator, $16,000. Significantly cheaper. Working with exact same 3 meters. Horsepower requirements, the Eco Cultivator, 110 horsepower. This is 100. So significantly cheaper, same working with, less horsepower, and you're talking less than 10 megabytes to install. Yeah, it's nice. It's absolutely fantastic, and you can install it with roller, so you get that kind of nice little look to your fields afterwards.
Plus, the nice thing too is when this thing's up in the air, and as soon as when you're driving, when you stop, the tines will actually swing back and forth.
Oh, nice.
So, here. The next one is going to be the homemade liquid tank. This is by Tom Sky. It has a 4.6 star rating by 28 people. It has a downloadable size of 2.41 megabytes. It has a price tag of $1,000. Capacity is 1,000 liters.
So for this one, I'm not going to bother looking at a comparable because there's really nothing to compare it to. But less than 3 megabytes to install, $1,000 to buy, and $1,000 capacity. Like it, like it, like it. Yeah, I like this one. And it's just an interesting looking model. Like it's just a very interesting way to carry around your liquids.
Right, 100%. Next one is going to be the diesel pallet. This is by DS Power. It has a 4.7 star rating by 25 people. It has a downloadable size of 1.58 megabytes. So you can either have pallet with diesel 1,000 liters. Price tag is $500. Capacity is 1,000 liters. Or you can have the pallet with diesel 4,000. Well, you have a price tag of $2,000 and the capacity of 4,000 liters.
Yeah, so this one here, I actually really like this because this works out really nicely for those moments when you're just so in the zone, you're out in the middle of the field, and all of a sudden, boom, not even realizing it, you run out of fuel and you have no way of saving yourself without having to invest in an extremely expensive base game fuel trailer. So like the one I'm specifically talking about is that I forget what it's called, but it's basically the little fuel cart that you can take around to all the various stuff. And for $500 for 1,000 liters, that's really cheap for fuel. That's not that bad. And for less than 2 megabytes to install, that's, again, not that bad at all. So for something that could be a literal savior for yourself, if you're not paying any attention, I recommend this one.
Yeah. Do you mean the Thunder Creek trailer?
That's it.
Let's see. The next one is going to be the storage pallets. This is by DS Power. This has a 4.9 star rating by 20 people. It has a downloadable size of 2.96 megabytes. You have the lattice box or lattice. Has a price tag of $500. Capacity is 2,500 liters. And then you have the metal box with a price tag of $1,000 and the capacity of 5,000 liters.
So I got to thinking about this the other day because this one came across the Mod Hub, and I'm like, before I was like kind of like, okay, it is what it is. But then I really got to thinking about it. For less than 3 megabytes to install this, not too bad on the file size, but for $1,000, you get 5,000 liters of storage. I was saying before how I look for trailers that is roughly around $1,000 per 1,000 liters kind of thing. Right. You can get a trailer, like you can buy 4 of these. Well, now all of a sudden you have a trailer that has a storage capacity of 20,000 liters for $4,000.
Yeah.
Seriously, think about it. It's one of those where if you have enough room on your trailer, like let's say you even have like in the images they show what 1, 2, 3, 4 in one direction. So 2 of those, that's what 5, that's 10, 8. 15, 20, 40,000 liter capacity. If you were to have all the maximum size ones, I mean you're talking $8,000 for 40,000 liters of storage capacity. I mean, that's nuts. That's next level. Now, the only thing I will say as a kind of, I'm not saying that this is affected by this mod whatsoever, but I remember a mod similar to this in years past that I did try out and use. The problem is that loading into them was very, very finicky. Again, I'm not saying that this mod suffers from that whatsoever. I'm just saying that's what is in the back of my mind before I've ever tried these out. So just, again, Don't attribute it to these. Just throwing it out there.
Right. So the next one is going to be the 10 Winkle weight package. This is by Vertex Design. Has a 4.8 star rating by 25 people. Has a downloadable size of 7.77 megabytes. That it just comes in ranges between different weights.
So it's weights. I mean, not really much to say. Less than 8 megabytes to install. If you like 10 Winkle, that's great. I mean, we've got 10 Winkle base game. Are these offering anything outside of, the norm that we can expect from base game? You figure, just looking at it very, very quickly, the FP package is a 600 kilogram. We've got a 10 Winkle FGB, not the FP. That's 600 for $1,000. Looks like base price for this is maybe 690. So maybe you're going to save a little bit of money for the same kind of pound for pound package. But I don't know. Me personally, I'm just going to stick with base game stuff and not waste the size on my hard drive.
Exactly. The only weight that I actually installed is one that you can actually open the lid and put a chainsaw in.
Yes. If it has some kind of feature, like I love the Lizard lightweight. I love that one. I think that was by Raleigh Christie, if I'm not mistaken.
It is coming back too. So.
Oh, beauty. I mean, the reason I love that one is because when you turn on the lights, you have the power of the sun. So if you do work at night, yeah. You might as well start calling yourself Helios.
Right. Let's see here. The next one's going to be weight pack 650 to 900. This is by Schwan Ben Gamer. I don't know how to pronounce it. By Kilio 03. It has a 4.9 star rating by 29 people. It has a downloadable size of 2.01 megabytes. And it's got two different weights. So basically you just have like a normal weight and a barrel weight.
So pound for pound, price for price, base game 10 Winkle FGB 600 is $1,000, 650 for $800. You're going to save a little bit of money, and for less than 3 megabytes, just over 2, you have the option of this one here. And looking at the 900, this one here. Kloss makes the 900 starting out at 1550. This one's 12. So yeah, for 3 megabytes, you can install this one, and you get slightly cheaper weights in the same weight class. So, but at the end of the day, it's a weight. They are interesting looking because of like the one round design. The other one is kind of boxy and square. But
right.
I mean, really, I'm not too strong on weights. It's one of those that if you like it enough to download it, that's great. It can save you a little bit of cash, but not going to be like break the bank anyways.
Exactly. Now this next one was in FS22, but it came late. I'm glad it came early. But this is the GDR bunker silo. This is by Hellraiser. This has a 4.7 star rating by 25 people. This has a downloadable size of 6.72 megabytes. You have your price tag of $10,000 and your daily maintenance of $5 a day. Now, you do have, this is very important actually, because your configurations, you have bunker silo without gutter and with gutter with additional collision. You know what that means?
That I have no idea.
So, if you have the one with the gutter in it and you put, your chaff or your grass or whatever in there, right? There's an invisible barrier so it won't spill out like your normal bunker silos do.
Really?
Yep.
Ooh.
Yeah, and then if you get the one that doesn't have that, it'll go out. You'll have to like scoop it up and dump it back in there or push it back in. But the one with the grate has an invisible barrier.
Oh, now that's cool. It's kind of like chaffing with the easy mode.
Yeah.
I like it. And for less than 7 megabytes and 10,000 to purchase, that's really not a bad price for a bunker silo.
Yeah, and Mr. Silly P put 200,000 liters in here. That thing can hold like think he said it was like 4 to 5 million liters.
Well, you figure
So-
even the cheapest base game one that we have is 25 grand. So this is half again the price, more than that, and yeah, for less than 7 megabytes, and it has a kind of gutter system prevent spillage. That's not that bad.
Right. I absolutely love it. Let's see here. Next one is going to be mini biogas plant. This is by Disturbed Simulations. This has a 4.7 star rating by 54 people. It has a downloadable size of 17.39 megabytes. And this thing has a lot to it.
So this one, I love this mod. Absolutely love it. Here's the reason. For less than 20 megabytes, it's a bit steep for a production point, but you can get yourself a biogas plant for $55,000. Really, really cheap. But this thing has a couple aces up its sleeve. It technically comes with 4 separate biogas plants. 2 of them are kind of similar to base game in regards to their recipes, but their inputs are far more complex than what a base game recipe would be. So the inputs for normal base game biogas are silage, manure, slurry, and either sugar beets or sugar beet cuts. I think it's sugar beet cut. Now, this one accepts silage, manure, slurry, chopped sugar beets, potatoes, and straw. So there's the 3 additional inputs that you can put into this biogas plant, and in all 4 of them. Now, the reason that there's 4 separate mods on this is because there's the base version, like I just explained, that it takes all those inputs and it gives you electrical charge, methane, and digestate as an output. Now, this is kind of before its time because there's no real trailers or anything like that that can handle the electricity or the methane to kind of come out of it. But now that we got the sell-all, we could, theoretically one day get a trailer that could put that stuff in, and then we can take it to a sell point. But the second one is known as the Mini BGA Fast. So the first one's kind of base, and it does X cycles per month. The second one is just more cycles. Same recipes, more cycles. Yeah. Then there's the Mini BGA Concrete Cow. Now this one has more complex recipes than the base game one. So to kind of give you just a quick overview, I can install these because I do have these on my game here. There we go. So I'll just put in a base one and a cow one to kind of give the comparable recipes. And actually, let me stop sharing this screen here, and we'll go back into there. So looking at, okay, so manures, potatoes, silage, slurry, straw, sugar beet cut, used to sell digestate and used to sell electricity, used to sell methane. These are all the various recipes that we have available to us. This is all kind of standard stuff for a biogas plant. Where it's not standard is this one. This is the cow version. Now you can see the recipes change dramatically. It's not a 1-to-1 or 1-to-many. It's now many to many. So if you look, this first recipe is silage, manure, and slurry. So you have to have silage, manure, and slurry to get out the outputs thereof. So the electricity, methane, and digestate. Going back to the next one, same thing, silage, straw, slurry. Next one, sugar beet, manure, slurry. It's all just various inputs for your kind of same similar outputs. But this one's really nice because if you want to get a little bit more complicated, you can. It's really nice. And they have fast versions of both the kind of base, quote unquote, versus the non-base.
Oh, yeah. It's a lot to it.
Yeah, and overall, I really like it. For less than 20 megabytes, you get 4 separate biogas plants. They're all based on the same model, but they just have different recipes. So depending on how complicated, how fast you want to get, it's You really one of those where you can kind of pick your poison and go at it.
Right. Exactly. The next one is going to be the shelf storage pack. This is by Mad Dog Design. Love the name. It has a 4.8 star rating by 24 people. It has a downloadable size of 13.68 megabytes. And it's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's got 6 different shelving with different prices.
So for less than 14 megabytes, this is all manually loading shelving. Me personally, I'm not a huge fan of the manual load shelvings. I like the auto load ones personally. But if you're into manual loading, then check this one out. It's got a lot of different styles, a lot of different kind of looks and designs. It's nice. It's a nice looking model, and certainly it appearance wise looks better in my opinion than the first one that we showed earlier in the stream.
Now in the picture, like on the Mod Hub, I at the bottom left hand corner of that one, I really like the one that looks like you can actually put it right inside the building. It looks like it actually belongs there because it's got the roof and the sides.
Yes.
So, let's see here. Next one's going to be Header Rack Pack. This is by FSG Tasman. This has a 3.8 star rating by 46 people. It has a downloadable size of 9.81 megabytes. And it has a price tag of $15,000. There's 3 of these.
So I really like this in theory, but right now in base game, I don't know of a really good way to actually utilize these outside of using like pallet forks on a like on a telehandler or on a wheel loader. That's really the only thing I can think of that would potentially be able to make this useful. Now, to kind of compare it to another map from FS22, Mars the Mission, that map had similar things like this, but they were automatic. They would raise and lower the arms, from ceiling to floor kind of thing. So all you had to do was drive up to it, disconnect, and then push a button. It would raise it up. That to me seems like it'd be more functional, because we don't have like all the tools and like the CSZ pack where we can connect our telehandlers, our front loaders and stuff like that to this, to the headers and to the various bits of equipment that's out there. Like I said, I could just see this one kind of being more hassle than anything, I guess is what I'm getting at. No, don't get me wrong. Again, lovely model, and it functions, I'm sure, greatly. And for those who are kind of looking for the kind of realism portion of this, it's fantastic. Absolutely download it for less than 10 megabytes and 15 grand. 2 thumbs up. But like I said, this one I could see kind of causing a little bit of headache for me personally.
Yeah, and that's probably one reason why it's got a low rating. Here, next one's gonna be a large package of houses. This is by Raja G Play. Has a 4.7 star rating by 48 people. Has a downloadable size of 90.18 megabytes, and there's 13 houses in here. So prices range between $10,000 to $150,000.
So you know exactly what I'm going to say.
Yep.
File size. The file size, almost 100 megs. You're talking a map. You're talking a small forestry, or actually rather large forestry at that point, or a very small arable farm map for that file size.
You can't go to the houses,
and you can't go into the houses. So, and again, not making any judgment calls against the models. The models are lovely. They look really good. Like everything looks good, and I'm sure they function great. But again, as a console player, this is just not one for me, simply because of file size and for just what it is. Full sentence stop.
Exactly. Not going to disagree with you. So the next one's going to be the Garden Lights Pack. This is by Agro Sketch. It has a 4.8 star rating by 35 people. It has a downloadable size of 0.75 megabytes, and there's 4 lights.
So again, if you're big in decorations and you're looking for kind of a change up on the types of lighting around your farm, this might be a good one. For less than a megabyte, you can install this. You get 4 separate lights, and they look good. Plain and simple as they look really, really good. And it shows a picture of, them kind of lining a driveway with a whole bunch of these lights. It looks really sharp. It really does. Is this something that I would necessarily install? Not me personally, but I could totally understand those who would.
Oh yeah, 100%. Next one's gonna be the actual one we were talking about earlier, the Wholesale by Zolbozok. This has a 4.9 star rating by 65 people. It has a downloadable size of 77.77 megabytes.
I told you I had it committed to memory.
Yeah.
So this mod is brilliant. It's absolutely brilliant for 2 days. No, don't get me wrong. I think this is a brilliant mod. This is not anything against the mod at all. This is a brilliant mod. I love it. File size, number 1, extremely large for what you're getting. You're getting buy points and sell points. That's all you're getting with this. You're getting buildings and a bit of decoration. That's great. That's grand. Me personally, all I personally cared about with this one was specifically the selling portion, being able to sell those, kind of out of like more obscure products that you don't get to sell from base maps. So because of that, as soon as the sell all came available from was it Yos?
No, it was by Schultz Modding.
Schultz, sorry. Yes. As soon as that one came available, I immediately uninstalled this one to free up the file size. And again, it's a nice mod. Don't get me wrong. For PC players, you're all laughing at me right now. I guarantee it. I have, and I don't blame you a bit for doing it. Not at all. I guarantee all the PC players are like, you have to worry about file size. Like I said, I don't blame you. I don't blame you whatsoever.
Well, actually, technically, PC players have to be careful too, because it all depends on how much their PC can hold.
Of course.
But knowing me, because I have the cloud, the OneDrive, I have 2-3 terabytes on there, and that's where all the mods go. So
yeah, so it totally makes sense for those players out there who don't have to always worry about file sizes and stuff like that, to be like, oh no, this is an amazing mod, what are you talking about? And you look at the community, 4.9 rating out of 65 people rating it. It's deserving of that. Me personally, as a console player, again, that's something that you have to think about. That's something you have to look into. And now that the important aspect is taken care of, which is the selling portion, I'm going to go somewhere else for that. For less than 2 megabytes with the sell-all, and getting, I think it was 82 Studios has already released their purchase point, if I'm not mistaken. Between that and the sell-all, I don't need the 77.77 megabytes. Again, committed to memory.
Yeah, I didn't have that committed to memory. All I do know is that when that Sell Everything came out, that automatically went bye-bye. Let's see here. Now the next one. Now be mindful, people, that we are officially on the last day, on Monday the 3rd. It's the last day of last week. So the next one's gonna be Lizard Old Bike. This is by AgriMods. This has a 4.1 star rating by 86 people. It has a downloadable size of 1.61 megabytes. It has a price tag of $400 and a horsepower requirement of 1.
Ooh. Watch out now. You'll go blazing down the road at that pace. Ooh.
Watch out.
I can almost see it now. It's like you just strapped a jet engine to you. It's like, now we got a need for speed.
DJ Goham actually has the wheelie mod on his PC, which is out for PC and Mac players. And he was like, "Oh, I got the wheelie mod. Let's see what happens." And oh yeah, he popped the wheelie really fast. He goes, "I can't steer." So,
Why does it not surprise me at all? Him of all people would have the wheelie mod installed.
yeah, right. I mean, me personally, if you don't really want a car and you're starting to like start from scratch and you have like a really close area farm, I could see this. But other than that, no.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those that's mainly kind of eye candy or decoration. It's totally up to the individual. Yeah, I mean, $400 and less than 2 MB. It's not taking up a bunch of space, and it's not that expensive. Sure, why not? Me personally, not so much.
Yep. Oh, I'm right there with you. The next one is going to be the TPS 001 or 001. This is by Saraga 56. Has a 4.2 star rating by 74 people. It has a downloadable size of 2.66 megabytes and has a price tag of $1,500.
So incredibly cheap. $1,500 for a tag-along trailer, one big enough to be able to slap on the Challenger tractor on it. That's really good. Really, really good. And less than 3 MB. Yeah. And it has ramps built in. Oh, yeah. And it has multiple straps going across, left to right and north and south. Yeah. Yeah. I think it's a great mod.
Yeah, 100%. Let's see. The next one is going to be the homemade bale trailer. This is by Sludgeman, I think. Has a 4.6 star rating by 21 people. It has a downloadable size of 2.64 megabytes. Has a base price of $15,000.
So, out of the two trailers we just showed, honestly, I go with the last one. It's about the same megabyte downloads, but it's infinitely more expensive. So, and the other one has ramps that you can load vehicles onto. So,
Exactly.
for 15 grand, you don't get a trailer that you can load on equipment to. It's just going to take basically bales and pallets. Yeah, I say just go with the previous one. But again, if this is something that you're interested in, go for it. Totally up to you.
Exactly. Next one's going to be the Cowshed 3+0. This is by DMI 20mm Normandy. Has a 4.2 star rating by 36 people. Has a downloadable size of 8.34 megabytes. It's a free stall barn that can hold up to hold 80 cows. The price tag is $160,000. The monthly upkeep is $300.
So insert a copy and paste everything I said about the first cow barn from DMI and apply it to this one. It's nice. It looks good. But not the kind of style that I personally look for. $160,000 for a cow barn for 80 cows. That's pretty expensive. You're talking, quite a bit of money per cow for that price. And there's tons of different options out there. So again, mainly what kind of quashes this one for me is the just design. It's that kind of Dutch looking design that to me doesn't fit into a lot of the kind of styles of maps that I play. So like I said, nothing wrong with the model as far as I'm aware. Less than 9 megabytes to install. Yeah, it certainly looks good and can work for those who play that kind of style of gameplay, but not for me.
Right, 100%.
Let's see. Do you mind if I catch up with the chat real quick?
Yeah, go ahead.
All right. So we've got the Herd. How's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says, what up, Rambo? And what up, guys? What up, Herd? We've got Luke saying, I figured that would be a cool mod. Garage door opener. Yeah, no, absolutely. That'd certainly be interesting. You go, you can add it to like the hand tool section. You can walk up to like various garage doors that you own and just boop, push a button and it just opens, remotely. That'd be pretty slick. We got Rambo saying hi there, Heard. And also, I mean, the one thing to keep in mind is the base game rollers really stink. We'll say stink on on how hard they are to use. That said, I didn't download that pack of rollers. Went to the Delbo and super happy. Very nice. Yeah, I can understand that. Rambo also says Giants has requested modders to package mods together instead of doing separate mods. It helps in getting through testing faster by shortening the queue. I mean, yeah, I can see that, and it's kind of, again, for a console player, that's incredibly disappointing. Because again, it just drives up the file size, and there could be something in the pack that I'd like, but don't want to install everything just to get the one thing I might want, kind of thing. So that's a disappointment. But I also understand where they're coming from too. Let's see. Taco de Groot. How's it going, Taco? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hello, guys. Taco says that 20 kph is 12.4 miles an hour. Okay, so 1 mile is equal to 1.6 kilometers, and 1 kilometer is equal to 0.621 miles. So yeah, we were making the argument earlier of I think it was the roller. The only thing that even could potentially be better is the speed, and it turns out that no, even the speed was way better for the plow. So so yeah, no, that's brilliant. Rambo says the modders for the BGA has a add-on coming that will help it make even more money from electricity, like they did in FS22. Nice, that's awesome. Luke says, has he caught up with the chat yet? No, I'm catching up right now. Kiwi Sim Farmer, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day so far. Says hi BDD, hi everyone. Luke says, I use that mod. It's nice to use. The header rack was what he was talking about. Don't get me wrong. Like I said, it is a nice mod. Like I'm not bad mouthing it whatsoever. It's just one of those where it's going to, me personally, it's going to cause me headaches because you don't have anything right now base game. And within the mod selection that we have available for consoles, that's going to hook up to the headers and be able to very neatly and gently put them onto these racks at their various different heights. So that's why I had made mention of the Mars the Mission, is because it actually just allowed you to pull the header forward, just let go of it, put it on the floor, and then it would raise the arms up to be able to raise it to whatever height you needed. So yeah, that was basically what I was pointing out there. But like I said, this whole evening we've been talking to each their own. That's the great thing about this game, is if you like something, don't let anything myself or Will are saying that can influence you otherwise. It's one of those, we're just giving our opinions. If you agree with it, great. If not, tell us to kick rocks. That's it's one of those that it is what it is.
Right.
Rambo says, I'm totally laughing at your file size anxiety, borrowing from EV battery anxiety. I'm sitting over here with 17 terabytes of storage. Oh, Rambo, I'm jealous. I'm absolutely jealous. Yeah, I mean, like I said, it's not even so much an anxiety. Like I said, it's one of those that it's just something that as a console player you have to be conscious of, because if I'm just sitting there, it's like, oh, I like that, download. Oh, I like that, download. Oh, if I like that, download. You eventually get to the point to where you're not able to download anymore. So it's just one of those, you just have to be more discerning than anything. So it is what it is, but at the same time, one of those where, one day. Luke says, everyone have a good night. All right, Luke, well, you take care. You have also says, gotta go. You have yourself a fantastic evening. Thanks for joining us here tonight. Hope you have a good one, and we'll see you again next time. You take care. And it looks like I am done.
Perfect. We got 2 mods left.
Woohoo!
So the next one's gonna be Container Farmhouse. This is by Squizzle. Squizzle. Love the name.
Will. Hey, Will.
Hmm, hmm,
Will, you
hmm.
can go inside.
I know. There's not much in there, but you can go inside. Yeah, so it has a 4.5 star rating by 26 people. The downloadable size is only 3.49 megabytes, and the price tag is $5,000, and the daily upkeep is 50 cents.
Whew. Calm yourself. $5,000.50 on upkeep. Whew. That's making the cash register go burr.
See, I think it's funny though because I think it's funny because the sleep trigger is right by where the chair is, so
It's
you're
right next
sleeping
to
in
the
it.
chair.
Because you're sleeping in a chair, and then to get dressed, I guess you gotta hop on top of the clothesline to get dressed.
Okay. The reason that I find this absolutely hilarious, right, is because you got to think of this in like real life terms, right? So you're going to go to sleep in a lawn chair inside of a basically a sweat box because of the windows and all that stuff. No AC,
Yeah.
no nothing. But then you're going to go outside, strip down into your birthday suit, and then get dressed from the clothesline.
No, there is an AC unit because there's a fan on the back of it.
Oh, you're right. There is AC. Okay, so it's not a sweatbox. Yeah, it looks like a little mini split.
Yeah. Oh man. Let's
I
see.
just find it funny. But I mean, overall, 3.5 megabytes to install, $5,000 to purchase. It's a really cool alternative to having a full blown farmhouse. It's a good kind of starter
Yeah.
for somebody who's like working on a start from
scratch.
scratch or something like that.
Yeah.
For $5,000, that's nothing.
Right.
The only thing I wish about this is that there was like another version, quote unquote, where there was like a bed or a mattress like inside the container, so it was kind of more kind of realistic to like somebody who would actually use it as a sleeping point rather than just a kind of okay, well, here's an
Right.
empty container that's half designed.
Right. Right. Now going on to the last mod here, it's Wood Chips Sawmill. This is by Piercy. Has a 4.9 star rating by 80 people. It has a downloadable size of 1.95 megabytes. There's a couple different things in here.
So this basically comes with the 3 sawmills that come base game, and all it's really doing is changing the recipes around to include other options. Now, what it does is, let me go ahead and switch this out real quick again. I can hide this. We look at the sawmills, specifically this one here. It offers you recipes to not only have wood put in, which is kind of base game what we're used to, but it also allows you wood chips to make the same products. So you can take the wood chips and make planks long, planks, prefab walls, and wood beams. Now the difference is that the wood recipes are half the volume of the wood chip recipes, but you're getting the kind of same output. So if we look at planks long for wood, you're putting 416 wood in to 275 planks long out. And then if you look at the wood chips, it's 832 liters of wood chips in for the same 275 planks long out. So it's
Right.
basically doubling the recipe for the wood chips in order to make the products. So it's basically taking particle board and making your products, which is a really nice little addition in my opinion. It's not too shabby at the end of the night.
Right. Hey, you know what? But if it's something you like, download it. If not, you don't have to. You know.
Well, and again, the one really nice thing is the file size. For less than 2 megabytes, you've got a saw with an additional recipe for it. And you can make products even faster because you can take the byproduct of the sawmill itself, which is wood chips, and then just re-engage the recipe. So whatever you're getting from your wood coming out, you can then double up the recipe with the wood chips that's being produced from the wood that you're getting.
Right.
Actually, wait a minute. Oh, I take that back. No, no, no. I didn't notice this before. It doesn't put out wood chips as an output. Yeah, no, it's only giving you wood in, product out, and there's no byproduct of wood chips.
That's interesting.
So yeah, I mean, it's one of those where you're basically, if you're producing wood chips somewhere else, you can use this to produce your sawmill outputs.
Right. And that is it for the mods. Now moving on to the news. Man, there wasn't really that much news, so hopefully we'll get through this pretty fast. We'll start out about 15 hours ago. Star Spangled Mods. He posted in my on my page. So I have decided for the Wisconsin map that I'll be doing will be based off of Forced Wisconsin Crossplay. Standard size extra crops will be announced at a later date. We'll have it Giants editor. We'll have it Giants editor ready in about a day or two. Stay tuned. So
that's awesome. So Star Spangled Mods was saying in my Discord that it's his ambition to try and make a map for every single state, which I thought that was absolutely brilliant. And if he's able to do that, I welcome it.
Yeah, 100%.
Because right now he's actually working on a map for the state of New York in his local area. So that's, as far as I'm aware, he's getting close to being done with that, as far as I'm aware. So hopefully we can start seeing that here soon, and then we'll start seeing all the other locations. Because I think, well, you know what, that might be later in the news, so I won't announce that.
Yep. Let's see here. Another one from Star Spangled Mods. 19 hours ago, he said another project I've had in the works is Mamau,
Louisiana.
Thank you. It will have about 130 fields.
Wow.
2 farmyards, a big old river. Said it is in Giants editor ready now, so more to come soon for this one. This will be a cross-platform app as well.
That's awesome. Like I said, I'm looking forward to seeing what he has in store for us in regards to some of these specific locations that he's picking. And that one in particular, you can kind of see how it's all kind of laid out. Yeah, you can see just all the various fields and bits that are around there. Looks interesting. It looks like it could be a real fun map.
100%. Now, as you're speaking about the Wampsville, New York progress update, it's still in the works with his partner, DTAP Gaming. Has been creating so much crazy ideas for the map pack, be insane. So basically, be cross-platform, of course. Then the map pack will include 3 different versions. So each version will be equipped with my North American tall grass edit. May also end up adding some more extra crops. Farmstead edition. So the first one is Farmstead edition, which is 1 farm, 1 special selling all area, 33 fields, about 43 farmlands ranging in sizes for woodlands, and more details at a later date. Next one is Forest Edition. Complete overhaul of the map filled with lumber till your heart's desire. 2 mining areas, 1 field, 1 special selling all area. More details come at a later date. And then the final one is the DIY edition, a whole empty version of the map that'll have a mini town for the AI. 1 field, 1 special selling all area. More details to come.
See, I like that. I like that a lot because that could be something that's very interesting at the end of the day. The 3 separate versions it can allow players who want to play very specific ways to play however they see fit.
Yeah, I'm just showing off some screenshots of here, and it's looking really good though.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very, very excited for this. All right, I don't know if this is all in order now. Okay, so looks like the 8th. Okay, let's see. So February 8th, we got new news from ICUS. Living shed done. Features sleeping wardrobe workshop shelves with auto load.
Booyah.
So there'll be shelves built inside with auto load. So, and the other really cool feature from this too is, I mean, you're are you looking at it on your screen or no?
I sure am.
So the very first picture shows the front with the 2 doors and like you got the overhang with like the sliding down piece in the front, right?
Uh-huh.
Water will actually run off of that.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that sounds cool.
So, yeah, and then here's a picture of it in the rain. Oh, it looks so good. So I'm very, very excited for this.
I'm sorry. I just got extremely distracted by the comment that somebody left underneath. It's Wayne's World. The "We're not worthy. We're not worthy." I love it.
See here, the next one is going to be from Mr. Hector. This is basically FS25 Carpathian Countryside map progress.
Ooh, boy.
Yeah, so for the last few weeks, he's completely remastered 2 out of the 3 villages. So it's still a much working in progress.
Sure.
So, as soon as I saw that, I'm like, I gotta share this.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I'm totally down with this one. Looking at some of the screenshots that are included. Oh
yeah. Let's see. Next one is going to be new news from Rooster Mods. It says, so basically, he's just saying that this has been already converted and it's already released on PC, but it's the John Deere 712 mulch tiller, and it says specifically for you council people, it has been submitted to ModHub and awaits testing.
I like it.
Let's see here. The next one. No, is this going to be the next one? Oh yeah, that's just from ICUS. It's the exact same. It was just basically just a news about him stating that he was putting that automatic shelving on there.
Okay.
Let's see. The next one is from Ross and Mods. Now this is basically just stating what he has pending and what's in testing. So it's JCB hydraulic 110W is Bailey TB trailer pack, JCB Agri load all update, Taylor attachments big bag bag lifter, Taylor attachments manure fork pack, Bailey bale and pellet trailer pack, JCB 220X excavator, Bailey Bowser, JCB E-Tech Power Pack, JCB Teletruck. All those are pending right now. Now, what's in testing is the Bailey High-Lift Trailer update and the JCB Fast Track 8000 icon.
Nice.
So he's...
Yeah, we got a whole slew of stuff coming from Ross and Mods.
And now we're on to the 7th. Fantastic. Next one is be from Hispano Modding. It says, hello guys. Many FS22 mods are returning to FS25, and all he teased was the big Borgle, like the middle-sized big Borgle, not like the big one.
Mm-hmm.
So, well, that is coming back. He is bringing back the big one, like the 30-meter one or whatever it was.
Oh, jeez.
Next one's from Custom Modding.
And did you notice the tractor that's pulling it?
The Big Bud.
The Big Bud.
Let's see here. Conversion ranking number 5. So it's the John Deere P576 air seeder and the C850 air cart. That's the next one with 49% of the votes. This is the winner.
So wait, which one did you go to? Because this is out of order for me.
Custom Modding.
I don't see Custom Modding. Where'd it go? I see Celebuki, Hispano.
Well, under my screen, so it goes Hispano, and then this is February 8th, Mr. Hector, and then it says Custom Modding. And then I'm going back to Ross and Mods for the 8th.
That's weird. Yeah, it's completely out of order for me.
I don't know why it does this, so don't ask me.
Yeah.
Let's see. Let's see that one. Where's this thing? No, okay. Let's see, no new mods. Let's see here. Oh yeah, and then from Celebuki, the next one. This is Elma update. All 3 farms are finished. Roads, building, farmlands, fields are also completed. All that remains is decoration and production chains. Stay tuned.
Oh yeah. This is going to be a nice one come FS25. Cannot wait.
Which I'm excited because I've been talking to Celebuki and I might be getting a first look at that.
Ooh.
No, might. That's a big old might. So, let's see here. Thanks. Okay, we're moving on to 6 now. So, on February 6th, there was an update for FS22. It was for a map, which I'm not necessarily too worried about that. If you want to take a look at it, you can pause. You can come back to the stream later on. This is an update. Updates. There you go. February 4th. New news from EED123's 3D Corner. Hello, my dear friends. Today I proudly say Class Lexion 500 series 510 to 600 are done for FS25 and they were sent to the mod hub. So now we're just waiting on these.
Nice. It looks sharp. Look real good.
Now it does say next is building US version of the Lexion 500. So we'll get like the yellow version or orange, whatever it is.
Nice.
So, next we got new news from Sid Modding. The cargo trailers in FS25. So coming soon to mod hub. So
Also,
we got some
nice
trailers from him. Then there was a new map that got released for FS22 called the Ranch Crossplay Edition. That was the one that I believe I sent you. I took a screenshot of the one person that was like, I can't find this. Is this a base game map? or whatever it was. Was that thing I sent you?
Yep.
How do I get into that? That was 4th. And here we go. On February 4th, news from Giant Software says state of the farm. What's next? Now, for this, I'm going to pull this back over here because it's going to be easier for me to load this up. This was very interesting. And I'm very happy Giants did this. So basically, what the state of the farm is that they update on what's happening this year and like what's in Q1, what they're working on, and what they're going to be future working on. So, so what's next? So for Q1 2025, which is up until April. So it's April 1st is when Q2 starts. So we have the first pack, including the year one season pass, which is innovative machinery. Wrong button. We also have a free download, remastered maps, Silver Run Forest.
Silver Run coming back to FS25.
It's going to look fantastic.
Oh, yeah.
And then we also have, which already has a release date for the 28th, I believe it was, for Farming Simulator VR. Which, I mean, I told Bree I'm very interested to try it, but it's not something that I'm going to like jump on. You know?
For sure. My worry is that it would just be something that might be kind of kitschy, kind of like, I don't know. It's hard to describe.
Well, that's one reason why I'm going to wait for like first reviews to come out, like first looks and stuff.
Yeah.
Like that. Next one is the patch 1.6, which is hopefully will fix a lot more things. And then we also have free download content update number 1. So I'm very intrigued what's going to come with that. Oh, speaking of that, I did make a comment on a Giant Software post saying that that these mods are out, blah blah. For like the Class Zerion, the 2 Vultras, etc. I made a comment on there and I said at Giant Software, is the Oxbow merger coming back? I miss it. And the only thing they gave me was 2 eyes.
Oh, jeez.
So I'm like,
I'm convinced that the guys there at Giants are just a bunch of trolls. I'm 100% convinced, because there's occasions where you've told me that you've like, oh, is there anything coming back for X, Y, and Z, or is this happening, or is that happening?
Yeah.
And it's a kind of a no comment.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like the stories that you told me, and it's like, okay, they're kind of telling you without telling you.
Yeah. And then also next we got free download remastered map number 2. Now there's a big bunch of conspiracy theories. Some people say it's Elm Creek, which Elm Creek would look fantastic in FS25.
Oh, for sure.
Some people think it's Halt Run, which would also look fantastic in FS25.
Mm-hmm.
And then the third one, which I know you don't want to hear, is Ellengrad. Now, now the only reason why I personally think it is Ellengrad, honestly, my personal opinion, is because that was in FS19. Then it was also an FS22 base game. I personally think that they're going to bring that one back again. That's what I personally think.
So I really don't think it's going to be Elm Creek. I really don't. We already have an American style map. I highly doubt they're going to give us 2. Like 2 like of the same kind of quote unquote caliber, in Riverbend Springs and Elm Creek. I would have a very much easier time believing that it's either Hobelaron or Erlingrad, or even potentially like that Horsch aggravation that we got at some point in 22. I could see those long before I could ever see Elm Creek.
Right. Yeah, so all 6 of these are all coming in Q1.
Which there's really not much time left in Q1.
So let's break this down. So we all know that Farmer Simulator VR is coming on the 28th, I believe it is, right? So that's coming out here in a couple weeks. I personally think that we're gonna get the remastered Silverrun Forest this week. And then I believe the following week, which is my birthday week, is when we're gonna get patch 1.6 to get it ready for the first DLC, and then we're also to get the announcement for the DLC, and then on Tuesday, which is typically when they release patches, is when we're going to get the free content. And then I believe that the following week, so I think it's like I'm going to look at my thing here. Yeah, so the week of the 24th, I think is when we're going to get the other remastered map. And then I think the first or second week in March is when we're going to get the DLC. That's what I personally think.
Yeah, I could kind of see that as kind of a rough timeline. But I mean, regardless, because we only have like a month and a half left in this whole quarter.
There's a lot of stuff coming.
Yeah, there's figure 6 things coming in the next month and a half. Basically one thing a week.
Yep. And then coming in Q2, which is from April till July.
Oh boy.
We have patches and more content updates. So you have like patch 1.7, and then you'll have like free content update number 2. Precision farming.
Precision farming. Let's go.
And then second pack announcement and release. And it says exciting announcements and more. So stay tuned for that. Which, as everyone knows, I post everything on here daily, so you'll know for a fact if anything gets released. So
I love it. I cannot wait for precision farming. Oh, Q2 cannot get here fast enough.
Yeah, I was right. Farmers Gamer VR will be released on MetaQuest on February 28th.
Nice.
So I'm gonna go back there. So there's that. That was the big announcement, honestly, of last week. And we are all caught up. The other thing that came out, which I did not post, was just a blog post from Giant saying precision farming will return in FS25. It just says stay tuned, and it doesn't really tell anything. So it just explains what precision farming is. That's it. So I didn't necessarily really go through and post this. There was no reason for it, my personal opinion. So,
well, I mean, at the end of the day, with all this stuff that we've gone through, all the mods, all the news, it's going to be a busy couple of weeks. I mean, plain and simple is that the next 6 weeks are going to be absolutely slam-packed with stuff going on from Giants, whether they're patches, updates, content releases, things like that. So that's something that we all get to look forward to, that we all get to, enjoy, hopefully coming, all this stuff coming out, rapid fire kind of thing. And then there's more plans downstream in Q2. I absolutely adore that Giants did that. I really like that they kind of gave us a roadmap as a kind of a guideline of what they're going to try and put out when. Now, they did put in a little proviso that maybe, just maybe, we might not be able to stick to this exactly kind of thing, but this is a rough kind of guideline kind of thing. So at the end of the day, I absolutely love that that's what they did. And yeah, I really hope that they can continue doing that to let us know, hey, these are all the various things that we are planning on doing in the future.
Oh yeah, and as everyone knows, I do keep an eye on the Mod Hub on a daily basis. So literally, whenever something gets released, like if it's something major that I see, the first thing I do is let BDD know. like, hey, this came out.
Yeah.
Or hey, I think such a or the other day it was like, Riverview from Roy came out. And I got a response back from you saying, "Oh, great! I was going to stream it. Now I guess I'm going to put it off to do it."
Oh yeah,
It's like,
no,
sorry.
I was
It's like,
really
sorry to
excited.
do
I was
I
really
like,
excited when I was like, oh man, I was planning on streaming. Oh darn, the whole, I guess I got to work to do, and I couldn't have been happier
right,
to do Riverview. I mean that's one of those maps in my opinion that I got excited for.
right. Yeah. So
Let's
let's.
see. Let me catch up with the chat just real quick. Just got a couple here. Rambo Hacker Gaming says, "Time to grow a poplar field for wood chips and send it to that production." 100%. It makes poplars useful again. Or the kind of even better part is that if you're not really big into forestry and you just want to rip through something really quickly, I'm sure eventually we're gonna get that one mod that will take the grinder in the front and spit it out into wood chips form. And if that's the case, I mean, you can rip through an entire forest in no time. Just throw it all in there as the all in there as actual wood chips, and just make the actual products instead of having to deal with wood. Now, yeah, you're basically doubling the amount of volume from wood chips to from wood to wood chips, but at the end of the day, it's you know going to be at least something for those who don't like to do forestry, especially on those trees that are like really like not the pine tree per se. They're the ones that got all the limbs like the elm trees and stuff like that that are a real nuisance. Those ones you can just delete real fast and be done with it. Rambo also
Okay.
says, "Give us productions to use for poplars, which is nice to have." Yeah, 100%. Just having something that we can use poplar for now is fantastic. Farming with Outlaw Ag, how's it going? Hope you're having a fantastic day. Says hi everyone. Hi there, Outlaw. We got Rambo also saying, also nice to that Riverview is technically bigger than standard size map. Yes. Oh, it's a awesome map. Did a interview with Roy today. Got to find out a whole bunch of stuff kind of behind the scenes and all that stuff. So looking forward to all the stuff that he has to offer us going forward. Rambo says, I mean, Poplar is currently the modern profitable. I mean, Poplar is currently the modern profitable base game crop. Yeah, I can see that. And most not modder. Most, yes. The most profitable base game crop. Yeah, but and a lot of that's because it just takes so long to grow. It's such a long process to get into. And yeah,
Yep.
I'm all caught up.
Yeah, I'm just going through making sure I got everything, and I did. So,
Beauty.
but yeah, I'm just installing some mods, but got everything. So,
You installing mods? No.
yeah, can you believe it?
I don't believe it. Not at all.
I mean, overall though, like, I mean, we get a decent amount of mods last week, and I know, well, today's Monday. It is right now. And well, thankfully, I work from 2 to 7 today, so it's a short shift. But Bree has both jobs today.
Oof.
It's all right. I'm bringing food home for her. But and then tomorrow I have an interview. So, but I'm off, which is nice.
Nice.
So yeah, and if I do get this full-time job, I'll be working 2 jobs, but I will not be working Sundays, so I will still be here.
Nice.
So, but later on today, which I have a big gut feeling, which when I tell you I have a gut feeling like we're gonna get a bunch of mods, I'm usually right.
Yes.
So
yes.
So
you have your finger on the pulse to where you're able to be like, yeah, I think something's gonna happen this week.
And have you realized something though?
What's that?
Usually Tuesdays is when Giants release their mods on the Mod Hub.
Yes. Yep, I've been
So
noticing that. We've been typically getting the big influxes around that time.
yeah, so Monday is usually anywhere between like 8 to 12 mods. Um, and then on Tuesdays we usually get like about 60.
Yeah,
So,
yeah. I feel bad for like
and
Looney Farm guy and Mr. Sealy P.
oh yeah. Um, and then on Wednesday it's usually a small amount, and on Thursday can be up in the air, but Friday we usually get a big overhaul. I know on this last Friday we didn't. We only got, was it 4, 5, 6 mods plus one update. It's technically a new mod. Um, but I'm just going by history, so
Yep,
of how
yep.
mods usually get released. Um, I just want to put this out here right now and just say this, because this is gonna bug the living bejeepers out of me, and it's still bugging me to this day. I'm 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 getting overly boiled beyond the point that I'm gonna freak out, because I'm getting tired of hearing people. It doesn't matter if they message me personally, if I see it even on my page, which I end up getting rid of the comment. I end up completely deleting the comment on the other page I'm part of people constantly like bashing modders for bringing out horrible mods. Like, why are we getting this? Why can't we get this? Where are all the maps? And as soon as we get a map, people are talking horrible about it. It's like,
Yeah.
you're asking for maps, a map gets released, and now you're complaining. Like, I had one person that I banned from this other channel, and I told him that if he ever comes back to that channel again and says anything like he said again, I will report him.
Oh wow.
Because when I posted the mods for Friday, because Riverview Farm came out from Calvary Roy, um, I'm not going to completely say, I'm gonna switch some words in just to make it more appropriate.
Okay.
But he basically said Riverview is trash. The modder is trash. He doesn't understand why on earth that he would even make anything like this. Um,
Oh jeez.
and I ended up replying back to his comment, and I was like, you know what? Then do me a favor. Then why don't you go make a map that's 10 times better than this? Because I guarantee you won't be able to.
Yeah. Exactly.
And then he basically gave me the middle finger,
Oh jeez.
in so many words, and I said, okay. I was like, listen, if you don't like it, you don't have to play it. If you don't like the mod, you don't have to use it. And then he literally said, I'm getting sick and tired of these modders. So what? Do we have to like hold something against them? That I'm putting in a terminology so I don't use it. Like, do we have to hold a pew pew to them? That's I put in pew pew instead of saying the other thing.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And I automatically banned them
Yep.
because I'm like, that's unnecessary.
Jeez.
Modders take their time. They don't have to do this. And I even put a whole post out on that page as well saying, listen, modders do this for free. I mean, yes, sometimes they do get paid, but a lot of them put it towards charity. A lot of modders don't even take the money because they like doing it. They do it for free. They do it so they make the game better. Technically, modders don't even have to do this. And I had somebody like screaming and yell at me, a couple of different people, like in the comments. I said one thing that shut everybody up so fast. I'm like, why didn't I say this beforehand? You know what that was?
What's that?
I was like, listen, I stay in contact with every single modder almost that I can on here. All you gotta do is message them and be like, listen, stop making mods.
Yeah. Yeah.
And like the second that mods stop, like people are gonna complain, well, we have no mods. Well, then stop complaining.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and ultimately at the end of the day, people who act like that end up ruining it for everybody else around them, and they have no idea. They're just so oblivious to what it is that they're doing. It's so gut wrenching when I hear these kind of stories about, people just lashing out. It's like, you sound so spoiled right now
Entitled.
and entitled. Like, it's ridiculous that you think that you are entitled to anything in regards to this game. All you paid was the $60 or however much for the game itself. You didn't pay for, Riverview. You didn't pay for, New Frontier or Calmsden. Who cares if there's issues on these things? Yeah, I understand being disappointed, but the fact that you are acting like an actual man child, just grow up. Just grow up.
Well, because here's the thing, we're getting all these for free.
Yep.
Technically, if modders wanted to, and if Giants really wanted to, because I know that they did it for ATS for a little while, and then they stopped doing it because people, finally stopped complaining and everything else. But they can literally switch around and be like, okay, you want these mods? Okay, sure. We will test them. We will put them in the game, but you have to pay for them.
Yep.
ATS did that for about 3 months, and then people stopped complaining, so they ended up making it so they wasn't paid no more.
Yeah.
I don't want it to come down to that, and I've already stated my personal opinion on things. So, and I even told Dustin, who's the owner of the one page, I told him like I can't keep doing this anymore, like because like it's taking everything out of me not to lash on somebody.
Yeah. Well, and the worst part about all of it is let's just say, it gets to the point where, these modders and stuff, they're just getting sick and tired of the backlash, sick and tired of these, and I'm sure it's a small minority of people. I'm certain that it's just, maybe a handful to, maybe a few dozens of people that are like really kind of the problem within the community itself. All it takes is one person to hit somebody at the wrong time, and then you're like, you know what? I'm done. I'm just done. And then we end up losing such great, mods and assets and modders and people and like the whole 9 yards. And it just ends up hurting the entire community because, again, you want to act like a spoiled little child that's, being told that you can't have the piece of candy.
Well, and that's what happened with J.A. modding.
Yeah.
J.A. modding said, "I am done modding," because he got sick and tired of hearing it. So he basically he came he talked to Giants and he said, "Listen, I will make models, and if people would like to buy them from me, and then if they want me to finish it, then I'll finish it, send it to them, and then submit it in for them. As long as I had proof that they bought everything else." And Giants were like, "Okay." Sid modding was so close to quitting from that one post that I posted about because somebody stole his mods,
Yeah.
especially his Gleaner,
Yep.
and released it without his permission. He ended up finding who it was, but he was so close to quitting that I literally messaged him personally and I was talking to him, and he's still here, and it's just because of big thanks to people like me, people like you, other people who care, and who want this. Because I told him overall, I'm like, listen, yes, you have these people who are just so entitled to themselves, they just don't even care about anybody. But you have a bigger group of people who care and support you. Focus on that than anything.
Yeah. Well, and Roy said something very similar in our interview, basically saying how, you can't let these people win. Like, you can't let them, like, push you out because, at the end of the day, you're the one who's doing the work. And, if you leave, they win.
Well, I mean, it's like LR modding. LR modding made a whole bunch of mods for FS19. He made some mods for FS22 for all platforms. He came out and stated for FS25, nothing will be released that he makes for all platforms unless he states otherwise. and he made some highly detailed mods, like highly detailed mods, and it's very disturbing because you know because he made one mod in FS20. No, he made two mods in FS25. I mean FS22, which was they both were John Deere. One was a Discer, one was a plow, and absolutely loved them. And I was really hoping to see them come back. He was planning to bring them back, but because of the community the way it is, he's sticking to PC only for right now.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, people are still talking to him. I'm still talking to him, trying to convince him otherwise, but it's just not working. And I mean, he's still here modding, but he's not modding for all platforms no more because he's getting tired of people complaining.
Yeah.
It's as simple as this. When mods get released, you take a look at it. If you don't like it, move on. Simple as that. Like you don't have to like look up the modder and be like, "What is wrong with you?" Blah, 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 blah. Oh, I'm so sorry for ranting and raving, but it's a thing that's been bugging me for the past 3 weeks.
Well, dude, I've said this numerous times, but that is what inspired me to do Farm Sim Talk. That's what inspired to do it, because I was getting so fed up with hearing all these, you know, people like lashing out. And I've told you that this specific modder in private, that kind of inspired me to kind of to do the show. And yeah, it was one of those, like, it's terrible. At the end of the day, it's absolutely terrible, and it shouldn't be like that. Even if it's a small minority of the community, which I've been ranting and raving for years, that Farm Sim has one of the best communities I've ever existed in. I mean, one of the best. But I mean, there's always going to be those elements that kind of drag it down, no matter where you go. And it's a shame because, it's all it takes. It just takes a small contingent of people, and then boom, there goes one modder, and then boom, there goes another modder. And at the end of the day, we're left with nothing. And without the
Well,
mods, I mean, we have nothing.
like it's like this will be the last thing I'm gonna say because I have to hop off here and go to bed here pretty soon. But the
Sure.
K series modding, he was another one because um he wasn't gonna even come back to FS25. I'm thankful he did. I'm thankful that he finally came around and he stated that he has a bigger portion of his group who supports him than people who want to go against him, and it's exactly what happened with NFE was it NEFG modding or something along those lines, um, from FS19. Great modder. He made stuff for 22, but for PC only, and for FS19, he got so fed up with people constantly complaining and asking for mods and this and that and this and that. When a modder states, I don't take mod suggestions, don't even ask.
Yeah.
Now, if the modder is like, well, I will take, you can give me a mod suggestion, but there's no guarantee I'm going to make it for you. I'm not
Mm-hmm.
going to make it. It's like me with BC Beeler. Like I asked him to see if he takes mod suggestions, and this was back in FS22, and I asked him if he could make a very particular mod, and when he was on here, when we were talking about how he knew exactly what John Deere seeder I was talking about, because it's one that I asked him to see if he could make, he said quite possibly, but it's not on his list right now.
Sure.
So, and the second that he said that, I never asked again.
Yep.
I'm like, you know what? If he wants to make it, it's in his head now. Simple as that. You know. But you have these other people who are constantly like, hey, is this coming back? Hey, can you make this? Can you make this? Hey, is this coming back? It's like, people, leave the modders alone.
Yep.
As simple as that.
Well, yeah, and yeah, it's ridiculous. At the end of the day, it's ridiculous. It's one of those. Don't sit there and act like you're owed something. Don't sit there and act like this stuff is just a couple button pushes away. I mean, Roy
Right.
mentioned something today in the interview, saying how his map on Riverview there took hundreds upon even thousands of hours to develop.
Mhm.
I mean, it's not something that you just snap a finger and it's done.
Correct.
So it's understand that significant portions of people's lives are dedicated to this, and it's not like you said, they're not getting paid. They're sitting there doing it as a labor of love, and it's one of those
Right.
that if you don't like it, okay, get
Move
over it,
on.
move on.
You know, and that's another big reason why I talk to you, and we started this agribusiness tonight, talk about mods and news like that. So then it can get out to people, basically like, listen, this is what people are working on. These are the mods that came out. We're gonna go over them with detail. You can decide whether or not you want it or not. So going down this path inspired me to do this,
Yeah.
and I got an email the other day from DJ Goham. Um, because apparently someone reported me to him for stealing his idea for doing a show like this. He emailed me and said, "Listen, you're not stealing an idea, because there's several other people who do this.
Yeah.
I know Yost and a couple of people, and then I know AgriBusiness and like Farm Sim guy. They do something like this, and DJ and Clutch, and now you and me." Um, he did watch one of our videos,
Oh, really?
which I thought was kind of neat. Um, he deliberately stated that he would not have the patience to go through every single mod like what we do and talk about it, talk about the news, talk about anything like that. You know, so yeah, and he's you know I could tell that he was very grateful that we even do this, because yeah, he puts out Farm Sim news. He puts it out Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and FS Club usually does it Monday and Fridays, sometimes Wednesdays. So you have a split up there with news, but people who want news at once, just to hear all about once, is what we do.
Yep.
And then when DJ and Clutch do it on Fridays, they don't always do it every single Friday. Now it's usually like maybe once a month, if you're lucky, twice a month.
Yeah.
We do it every single Sunday, except for the Sunday that you couldn't do it.
Yep.
You know,
Yep.
so it's something that's continuously being there. And I don't know, it meant a lot, I guess. Um, Stating that he watched it and he liked it. Um, he did state too that the reason why he hasn't got back to me is because he's been super busy, and I don't blame him.
Oh, for
Like
sure.
I know DJ, he's a very busy guy. So, but he would love to join us one of these days on AgriBusiness Tonight. So he would love to, but he's just super busy right now.
Oh,
So
and that would be absolutely incredible. It's rather humbling and honoring to know that he even took 5 seconds out of his day to come check out, our content.
he actually watched. Oh, shoot, I don't remember what it was. It wasn't. It wasn't our previous video. It was the one before that one that we did. He he said he watched the entire thing from start to beginning, I mean, from start to end.
Wow. Really?
And then yeah, and then the previous one, he said he watched it halfway through and then fell asleep because he was just too tired. He's like, I'm not gonna sit there for 5 hours watching this. I'm sorry.
I mean, that one kind of makes more sense, to be honest with you.
So
Uh,
yeah, but
don't get me wrong. I mean, it's one of those where, like, this I love this show. I love AgriBusiness Tonight, being able to discuss the mods and stuff. But I mean, yeah, it
that
does
one
get to be
night.
much. It does get to be a lot. But again, it's insanely humbling and honoring to know that he watched it. Like that just blows my mind. Absolutely blows my mind.
And and he said that somebody else watched it as well, that really liked it a lot. and I already know exactly who that was because there's only one other person you'd be talking about.
Okay.
So, what should be clutch simulations? um, so, but it's definitely it definitely feels good that when you have a high end YouTuber like that, especially a DJ, saying that he watches your content and he likes it. He just is just really busy to the point that he has to watch it afterwards.
Yeah, yeah.
So I'm like, well, if he actually he watches us. Wow. Like, you know,
Like I
but
said, that's just nuts to me. Absolutely nuts to know that he's seen our content and and liked it. That's wow. Almost at a
um,
loss for words for that one.
I also do want to state though that Celebuki said within a month, maybe 2 months, which I already told you this, um, that he would love to actually be on our show. Um, so we can talk to him, see what's going on. Um, so it's just he's right now he's busy with Elma, Missouri, and then
Oh, of course.
he's also in the middle of converting 2 other maps, which he hasn't said anything about yet. Which I already know what maps they are. So, so
Well, in one of
so
them, I thought I heard somebody say something about the Bosnian map.
yeah, so that one's coming after Elma, Missouri, and then the third map that he's converting over was oh wow, it's like right on the tip of my tongue. It was from FS19.
Goldcrest?
No. Oh, this is gonna
Iowa
bug me
Plains?
now. No, that is number 4 that's coming back. No, it's Pippa's favorite one. Oh, this is
Oh,
Ravenport.
Ravenport.
Yeah, yeah. So the way he's doing it is he's going Elma, Missouri, Bosnia, Ravenport, then Iowa Plains.
Oh, that's awesome.
He is bringing back Goldcrest Valley, but that's not going to be until a little bit later on.
Sure, sure.
So it's just because he went through and saw, okay, what map did better than anything else, and Elma, Missouri did better than anything else. So
Oh, yeah, rightly so.
yeah, it's a very interesting thing when you can actually have a full-blown conversation with modders and know what they're working on. The only reason why I tell you privately sometimes is because a lot of them don't want me saying what they're working on because it's
Sure.
a surprise. But I mean, so he's gonna announce it probably within the next month, so it's not. He didn't say not to say anything, so.
Sure, sure, sure.
I do know what custom mod his next project is after the John Deere air cart and seed drill.
Ooh,
And I am
nice.
very excited.
Nice, nice.
So,
Here, give me just 1 second here. We got Rambo saying, I shrunk my mod folder last week down to under 700 mods. Holy smokes, Rambo. 700?
I don't even have that many.
Wow. Yeah. Respect. Respect. He also says Pelligny is also coming to FS25. Can't wait
Yeah.
for Pelligny. Pelligny for 22 was amazing. I can only imagine it's going to be ridiculous in 25.
I did ask that modder to see if I could do a first look, and they never got back to me. I know Daggerwind did a first look on it.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. So,
Rambo also says the small minority scream the loudest. Sadly, they are in the minority, and the majority are good people. But a lot of the good people don't speak up because they are tired of the entitled people. I mean, that right there, that comment right there, Rambo, is exactly why I started Farm Sim Talk. It's to Specifically, it's to go out and to humanize the individual modders, the creators, the everybody out there that I talk to be able to hopefully put up a understanding, a kind of face that goes beyond what we would normally interact with, you know, whether it's from the YouTube channels, whether it's from the mods, whether it's from the maps. Hopefully I can either put a face or at minimum a voice to the individuals that are creating the content, and it gives these individuals who are screeching the loudest a momentary pause to be able to be like, okay, you know what? I just got done watching, this farm sim talk with Cavalier Roy, and I was gonna, tear him a new one. I didn't like X or I didn't like Y, but you know what? Something he said really kind of stuck with me, or something that he said really kind of hit home with me. Maybe it just gives them that brief second to think about and reflect. Maybe I ought to just move on, or at minimum curb the hostility that I was going to interject with. So it might be naive, it might be kind of idealistic. I've admitted that many times before, but it's one of those that I can't sit there and track these people down in real life and start shaking my finger at them and saying you're being bad, stop it, kind of thing. I can't do that, but what I can do is take what little audience I do have and be like, these are the people that you are railing against, that you are just sitting there and almost ruining their lives or ruining the experience that they get from their creation. And at the end of the day, you're gonna make the community poorer by doing it. So grow up, back off, and just try and have fun, try and have a good time. And as long as we keep putting out the positive message, the whole kind of the whole humanization factor in my mind, I'm hoping that it will lead to a more positive community. That's my hope. The whole thing might not work out the way that I'm planning it out in my head or anything like that, but that's what I've been really striving for. That's why I'm having these conversations. And at bare minimum, I'm just enjoying talking to these people, hearing their stories, finding out who they are kind of behind the scenes. And yeah, at best case scenario, hopefully we can kind of get people to kind of chill out.
Right.
But we'll see. Iowa. Rambo also says Iowa Plains, which is what he was referring to, what we were trying to guess at. Also says, that was my next guess. Was trying to remember the order he said. Rambo says the Vlasic Bosnia map is one I'm excited for. Cause it. Yeah, the Bosnia map was, honestly, I'll be honest with you, a very big sleeper to me. Like I didn't expect much from it, because I didn't keep up with any of the news or anything like that at the time. And this was before I was really kind of doing like what we're doing here with the news and mods and stuff like that. So when it got released, I was blown away with how gorgeous that map was. It was next level good. And then it had, of course, the Celebuki's flair to it, with some of the productions and stuff like that. Yeah, next level good. Rambo also says his passion project. Yes, I could see that, and it really came through. Was also my favorite map in FS22. Just came out at the end, so it wasn't that popular. Yeah, and that's the shame. Hopefully it comes out a little bit sooner, so we all get a chance to really kind of enjoy it and really give it its just due. Because yeah, amazing map. And Rambo says, at least that's my theory. Yep. Yeah, I would agree. I would agree with that 100%. Anyways, that is the chat.
Oh, yeah. Well, we've been streaming for 4 hours and 19 minutes.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, we've been going a little while now.
All right, guys. Well, I don't know about BDD, but I'm gonna be calling it here. I'm gonna head to bed.
Oh yeah, yeah. I'm right behind you. I'm all caught up with the chat, so probably a good stopping point at this point.
Oh
But
yeah.
had an absolute blast as I always do.
Oh yeah. 100%. Um, as soon as I exit out of here, just wait 1 minute, man. As soon as I'm done, because I want to talk to you after the stream just briefly.
Yeah, absolutely. I'll do my outro and then I'll catch you on the other side.
Sounds good.
All right, everybody. I hope you enjoyed this because I know I sure did. If you did, please show us by liking, sharing, subscribing, following, commenting, doing all the things. The algorithms enjoy you doing. The shows you're engaged with this channel and enjoying the content. And that being said, hope everybody has a fantastic day. You want to give your sign off there, sir?
Yeah. All right, guys. I want to appreciate everyone for stopping by. I also deeply appreciate everyone for the support, even between me and BDD and everybody else. I really appreciate the support. I feel like this is actually going somewhere, which is fantastic. It's awesome that we're able to do this. But other than that, I hope you guys really like the content. Stay safe, and I'll see you guys next time.
Take care, everyone. All right, bud. I'm going to play the outro and I'll see you on the other side.
All right, sounds good.